We are now going to the phone to see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. What band featured the members Lucky, Otis, Nelson, Lefty, and Charlie T. Jr.? 215-263-WMMR is the number. And our first caller in is Susie. So we will go to Susie. Hi, Susie. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Susie. So what band featured the members Lucky, Otis, Nelson, Lefty, and Charlie T. Jr., please?
The Traveling Wilburys.
Yes. The Traveling Wilburys. They all took on these personas in the band and gave themselves these names. So it was actually Tom Petty, Bob Dylan, Jeff Lynne, and George Harrison, and who am I missing? Roy Orbison. Yeah. So thank you very much to Chris Bruger, who sent me that question. And we are going to set you up, Suze. We got a pair of tickets to join Jackie Bam Bam, Brent Porsche in a suite at the Worth 400 on Sunday, April 30th at the Dover Motor Speedway. NASCAR roars back to the Monster Mile at Dover Motor Speedway, April 28th to the 30th. And you can be there live in person at the edge of your seat for the excitement. And don't miss the Uptown String Band performance live with Jackie Bam Bam. You can get tickets at dovermotorspeedway.com. Lots of things to unpack today with the celebrity news. We'll begin with Machine Gun Kelly and fiancée Megan Fox. They have paused their wedding plans.
This just kills me.
Officially.
Because what are you going to do? I know you set the time aside for the to attend. I did as well.
I know, but we got to make alternate plans.
It just kills me.
According to Us Magazine, sources say the two are on a break from each other. The current status was described as pretty volatile, but they are communicating via text messages.
Well, that says love.
A little bit about this yesterday, but they've said they've paused the wedding plans. Rumors started when MGK showed up at the New Year's Eve party without her, and then shortly after, there were stories of him cheating on her. They got engaged just over a year ago, but never set a date.
Well, there was a story that he had been having a little thing with the guitarist in his band.
Yep.
And Megan Fox apparently found some text messages. I don't know.
Yep.
I just hope those crazy kids get back together.
Do you really?
I do, because if any couple to me signifies love, it's them.
It's them. Yep. Christina Applegate thinks that Candace Owens' recent comment slamming Skims, the wardrobe
shapewear.
company, what did you say?
Shapewear.
Shapewear. Thank you.
Shapewear.
For promoting products for those with disabilities. Christina Applegate thinks those comments are horrifying. The Dead to Me actress, who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2021, added, Candace Owens, do you know when you have seen pictures of me, how effing hard it was to get my clothes on? A team had to help me. So I'm excited for accessibility clothing for me and my community. Hope you wake. And she also offered to educate her what it's like to be disabled. Earlier this week.
So what was it?
I will tell you.
Okay.
Owen said of the Skims ad featuring a model in a wheelchair. She said, I don't really understand how far we're going to take this inclusivity thing. I really don't get it. I don't know. And if I'm wrong, again, educate me. Today, I just want to be educated in the comments. Why did they do this? I don't know. I don't know why this needed to be done. I'm getting tired of this all inclusivity thing. It seems ridiculous. So that's just a stupid comment to make.
So Christina Applegate's going to take her up on it?
To educate her.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
hopefully.
is the ad?
I need to see the ad.
Are they saying, hey, this if you're disabled, you'll be able to put this stuff on, or is it just
My
using
guess
someone
is
in a
that
wheelchair as a model?
They're trying to sell it to people who might be in this situation.
Yeah,
right?
Skims made for everybody. Available now and then it has the sizes and so on. So.
Meanwhile, there are tons of videos out there of people taking that exact quote, "made for everybody," and trying the Skims
and they don't
on.
fit.
It's I bought it. It was like I purchased underwear for like a 10-year-old.
Right.
Like it was so tiny.
Super form fitting and tiny.
But like that I couldn't wear it. It
Right.
it wasn't even coming over my hips. There was no way I was even getting it on.
Preston?
But there's all these videos of
I'm wearing
people
them now.
What?
of people doing it and trying to get it over their hips.
I'm wearing them now.
Hilarious.
I just don't like that little bump at the top of my shorts, so I wear them and it contours me very nicely.
Listen, and so it said it had sizes for like 2 to 4XL or something like that. Now, were you trying on a regular size that you would normally wear?
Yeah, my normal size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, when you use the size chart or fits most people chart like on Amazon or website, do you find it's accurate?
Dude, it varies.
It
from
does vary,
place to
doesn't it?
place.
Yeah.
Here's an example. When we were at Universal.
Oh yeah.
I went in to get a Gryffindor shirt, and the gal at the counter, and I've gotten to a point in my weight loss journey to where I'm wearing a large, and so I bought an extra large because they looked a little bit, or I didn't buy. I was bringing up an extra large because they looked like they might have a cut to them that would be kind of form fitting. And she goes, whatever size that you wear that is loose, not fits well, like loose.
Yeah.
She goes, go up one more than that.
So they knew.
So I bought a 2XL.
And did it fit right?
It's tight,
Yeah,
man.
really?
I
Yeah,
was
it's
like,
form-fitting.
you got to be kidding me.
And didn't you buy Kyle's shirt as well during that whole thing at the
Yeah,
Universal?
and he said you didn't have to do that.
Oh, no, it was a beer.
Oh.
I didn't get into the
Kyle's always behind you.
merch.
Oh, man, yeah.
but
That's like, I mean, that's pretty extreme. Like,
Yeah.
normally, it's probably the fit of the shirt, and that
But
happens.
don't you think that maybe Skims is that way too?
No, I just think it is not made for all body types, even
Okay.
though that's what they claim.
Their body types aren't even real body types.
Or I don't
They've
know.
had ribs removed and extra arms put on and all that stuff. It's like the island of Dr. Moreau over there.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll try the 2XL and see if that fits over my hips.
What size bra do you wear?
Well, it's changing.
Yeah, it does. I've
Yeah, you
lost a
lose
little bit of weight, so
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
down to a 36 double B.
Oh.
I'm a
B.
smaller breast.
Daddy
I'm
want a
not- I'm
handful of that.
My wife got all the boobs in the relationship, so. All right, so
I love this picture. This is what Kathy's talking about. And this woman who is not outlandishly large is putting on the Skims, and it looks like she's being strangled.
well, and in the before shot, before she puts on, she's holding it up. It looks like it's made for a
kid.
Yeah,
6-year-old.
a ventriloquist
Yeah,
dummy.
it's tiny.
That's great.
Wow. All right, I have some other stories. This is pretty interesting. Cheryl Lee Ralph says that a famous TV judge sexually assaulted her years ago, and she said everyone at the network saw it. The Abbott Elementary star was on a podcast. She said that the judge and she were at a business event when they both appeared on the same network, and she said, this man walked in, grabbed me by the back of the neck, turned me around, and rammed his nasty-ass tongue down my throat.
What?
She said, and everybody at the network saw it.
It was Judge Reinhold.
And although, no, this is like an
actual judge. I'm sorry,
It's
TV judge.
a
Okay.
TV judge.
It lays it whop.
Yeah.
Although she did not mention the network or the name of the judge, she did make it clear that it was not Judge Greg Mathis, who she called a great man.
All right.
So it was
I
someone.
can't imagine it was Judge Wapner.
It was someone else. No, there's a
Judge
whole,
Hatchett?
dude. There's a bunch of them.
Judge Judy?
There's Judge Judy.
It was
There's Judge
Judge
Hatchett.
Judy.
There's,
It had to have been Judge Judy.
I'm into chicks.
who's the one judge we had in here? A female.
She's great.
African American, gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't watch judge shows. I don't remember them, and I couldn't tell you
And you're not exposed to them at all at home, right?
what to. And only when the in-laws come over.
just sometimes of the year.
Yeah,
Judge Alex, was that the one?
I don't know.
How about Judge Rapey?
That might have been.
That's
that
him. Yeah,
sounds
we should
familiar.
have saw it coming.
All right, moving on. Some other stories. Brie Larson may have been the first female superhero to lead a Marvel film, but that doesn't mean that she dove into the idea head first. In an interview with Harper's Bazaar, the Captain Marvel star revealed that the idea of playing a superhero frightened her originally because of the potential effects of the global superstardom that could come with it. She said, I was scared of what would happen to me. And she was sharing that she was worried that taking on a major role in a billion-dollar franchise would cost her the ability to be a normal person in the world
It's like $1 billion.
and prevent her from doing the things that she loves. She explained that the choices that she had about whether or not to enter the MCU felt surreal to her. Said it was like, what world is this where these are the choices I have to make as an artist? She was thinking at the time. Eventually, the opportunity was worth the risk for her, but she said that with the MCU comes a lot of expectations that she always tries to contain as best she can. She said, anytime I feel like I'm being put too much on a pedestal, it is my job to figure out how to remove that within myself. Yeah. Remember, she's an Oscar winner.
For The Room.
Yeah, she won that for The Room in 2016. And after that happening, we expected Larson to continue her career with similar weighty roles, but instead she starred in projects like Netflix's Unicorn Store and the musical Bismotti Blues.
She had been signed for The Garage, and she was going to follow that up with The Closet.
Before entering the multiverse.
The Captain Marvel movie is one that I really liked when I saw it in the theaters, and then on subsequent viewings, liked it more and more, in large part because of her. And I'm really excited for the Marvels. It comes out November 10th.
They keep bumping it back, Nick.
Yeah,
and
and I
apparently it had some audience testing issues that they're tinkering with.
All right, well,
just get it right.
Yeah, I don't mind the bump back if
Yeah.
it spaces out some of the Marvel stuff too, because I think that they sort of try to cram too much, at once. But I think she's just one of the best in the MCU.
Who are the Marvels in the Marvels?
The Ms. Marvel from the TV series, and then the one from WandaVision.
Ms. Maisel.
Nope.
No, not Mrs. Maisel.
Monica Rambeau, who's the daughter of
yeah.
her flight partner.
Yeah, okay.
You ever met my mommy? My name is Monica Rambeau.
Different Rambeau.
Different Rambo.
yeah.
But similar speech pattern in that they.
Coming back from Andromeda, getting all the spaceship people spitting on us, saying we're not part of the Avengers. I can't feel my superpowers.
Yeah. So, by the way, Brie says she is now single.
Ooh.
Yeah, she confirmed the news. She said, I don't have a next job. I don't have a home. I don't have a partner. I
Preston?
don't have a plan. I'm completely open.
Machine Gun Kelly.
That's
Yeah,
we can
right?
get these two together.
It's a
No,
perfect fit.
don't you dare touch my little Brie Larson. All right.
She's gay, right?
Is she?
I don't think so.
I think she is.
Okay. I'm not really sure. No, well, she was with a guy named Elijah
Well, why
Allen
would you
Blitz.
disappoint Machine Gun Kelly like that?
You may be
I don't
thinking
know.
of somebody else, Nick.
No, all I think about is Brie Larson.
Okay. Well, then have some correct thoughts, and then
I thought she was
Get right with yourself.
No,
Maybe
She's
she's
her-
a pan or something.
her
She's
boyfriend Elijah Allen Blitz have recently split.
All right.
Okay. All right. So let's see. No, I don't know who that is.
No?
Just say it anyway. Maybe I do.
Thomas Walsh,
Have no idea.
the son of actor Dylan Walsh.
Oh, okay. I know Dylan Walsh.
Saved a
He's the father of Thomas Walsh.
motorist whose car plunged into Baltimore's Inner Harbor on Wednesday. Okay. Thomas had just left the restaurant where he worked when he saw the sinking vehicle, jumped into the water with all his clothes on, punched out the window in order to free the driver. Wow.
Very courageous.
I mean, that's full on heroic.
Yeah.
It says here his father, perhaps best known for his work on Nip Tuck,
Okay.
told TMZ that he's very proud of his son, who is an Iraq War veteran, and added that it's just who he is. He would jump out of a window to help somebody. That's awesome.
God bless him.
Wow.
I mean, that he would star in Nip Tuck.
Oh,
And that other son did a cool thing, too.
yeah, that thing. That's cool, too. Ian Somerhalder and Nikki Reed are close to welcoming their second child. The Vampire Diaries alum told Page 6 on Tuesday, we are in the home stretch, big time, so it's really, really special.
You know him from Lost as well.
I do, yeah. The couple who already share 5-year-old daughter Bodhi announced the pregnancy.
Back off,
The pregnancy, not the pregnancy.
Seriously.
That's the doula.
Back off, War Child, seriously.
War Child's the doula.
They announced the pregnancy in January, but they're moving along nice.
So they got to do like 9 months and then have the baby?
I think something
Yeah.
like that. That's the plan. Kathy, this is so you.
Okay.
Courtney Cox is keeping her Walk of Fame star, and those who belong and those belonging to her famous friends spick and span. On Wednesday, the 58-year-old actress shared an Instagram reel set to Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 in which she cleaned her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and encouraged people not to step
on it.
on the side or to step on it and use the sidewalks. Literally right on the star, she said, you can go around it, joking to one passerby. She wipes down the star.
That's great.
Reminiscent of her friend's character, Monica.
I was just going to say that character. I mean, that was me.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, she was great.
In addition to cleaning her own star with her home court cleaning products, Cox ensured that her pals Laura Dern, Jennifer Aniston, and Reese Witherspoon's stars also look top notch.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So that, getting that star on that Walk of Fame is a cool thing.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the mechanism. We were interested in trying to get Mark Summers a star. I mean, there are people who are ahead of Mark Summers who have stars on that walk and similar, game show cred.
Yeah.
Why isn't he on it?
I think we can make that happen. So she had captioned the clip, someone's got to do it. So she did it. This is pretty cool. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck once shared a bank account. Cue the Matt Damon clip right now.
Damon.
Thank you. The duo said that they started the joint account to fund auditions and start their acting careers. So they did that back in the day. Ben said, we are going to help each other and we're going to be there for each other. And it was like, you're not going to be alone. and I'm not going to be alone. Let's go out there and do this
It's
together.
not good to be alone.
Matt added, as long as one of us had money, we knew the power wasn't going to get shut off.
Okay, I'm going to throw something at you, and I want you to get ready.
Yep.
Favorite Ben Affleck movie?
Favorite Ben?
Matt Damon movie.
Oh, favorite Matt Damon movie? Good Will Hunting, without question.
So you know it's gotten a little past that for me?
What's that?
Ford versus Ferrari.
That's a great movie.
His performance in that,
Yeah.
there's something about it. I just find the way he interacts with the other cast members, the performance, it just resonates. Love it.
I'm going to go with Thor Ragnarok.
All right.
Okay.
I can see that.
Yeah.
That's fun, too. Yep. Nah, Good Will Hunting is definitely...
He looks like he's 11 years old in that now.
does.
Yeah.
It's the tops. According to Entertainment Tonight, Zendaya and Tom Holland have a special way of sharing their love for one another.
Butt stuff?
Oh, my
It's
God.
definitely anal. Yes, this is...
Spider anal.
This just in. No! Shortly after Holland was photographed with the letter Z stitched into his back pants pocket, a video showcasing Zendaya's nails revealed she was wearing a gold ring with TH engraved on the front of it.
You think those guys are going to tie the knot?
I do. I think they not only tie the knot, I think they go the distance.
Wouldn't it be cool if they do get married if they're suspended upside down from the ceiling?
That would be
A la
that would be
Spider-Man?
apropos.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah. And let's see here. I saw this the other day, and I didn't get a chance to report it, so I'll pass this along now. The Daily Mail reports that things aren't going so well on the set of Back in Action, new movie starring Cameron Diaz and Jamie Foxx. Fox allegedly had a tantrum while filming, and a source told the outlet these back-to-back 10-hour workdays have been a lot on Cameron, and she hates being away from Radix, her son. The Charlie's Angels actress announced that she was retiring from acting a year before Welcome Radix into the world in 2019. And the source said, although she's gotten to see her family while shooting the film, it's just not the same. So speculation is that she might do this and then stop doing it again.
Of course, you're dealing with the source, and sometimes they like to be muckrakers, as they say. And they work together on your loathed version of Annie, right, Case?
Oh, God.
Yeah, you hate
You're
that
right.
version.
They did work together
Yeah.
on that. I forgot about that. She was Mrs. Hannigan. Diane Keaton is enjoying life as a single woman. During an interview with AARP, the magazine, for its May-April 2023 cover story, the Annie Hall actress discussed her career and personal life, opening up about being happy with solo living at 77 years of age. She said, I don't date. Highly unlikely. I don't remember anyone ever calling me going, this is so-and-so, and I'd like to take you out. They don't happen. Of course not. She has been in relationships with other famous household names in the past, including Woody Allen, Warren Beatty, and Al Pacino.
Okay.
But created a family of her own after adopting two children, daughter Dexter Keaton and son Duke Keaton, when she was in her 50s.
All right, I'm going to throw this at you.
Yeah.
Which Rambo movie would Diane Keaton be best in?
Oh, I think maybe the last one.
Wow.
Rambo, the one on the farm? with the underground?
I think she could have been like the
matron?
aunt. Yeah.
Yeah.
the matron
By the
of
way,
I think that's a good call.
I never saw that movie. Was it any good?
Here's the deal.
Okay.
I love Rambo so much, the one that precedes it. And this, Preston, almost is like they had AI write the script. Like
Really?
it was so rote.
Yeah.
And so there could have been a level to it, but it's just as basic as it can get. When you had Rambo before it, I thought him as this just emotionally ripped up guy. That was terrific. And I don't know what happened.
I think she would have been best in the original
First Blood?
First Blood as the sheriff. She would have been the Brian Dennehy.
Instead of Brian Dennehy.
Yeah, I think
she could have done
would
that.
pulled that off. Yeah. She says no. She's not going to. She's not been on a date in 35 years.
Well, me neither.
She said never. All right. She said let's get that straight. That's one. That one's important. I haven't been on a date in, I would say, 35 years. No date. She says that she has a lot of male friends and a lot of friends in general. But she said, I have a lot of independence, and nobody's telling me what to do. I had a mother who encouraged that and helped me achieve the things that I wanted to achieve. And I followed the paths I've wanted to follow. I like redoing houses. I like architecture. I like visuals, like fashion. Shut the f*** up! She said, I like all of it. Nick, does your aunt live near her, next to her?
Right next door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she said she's great, right?
Yeah, it could not be a nicer person when my
Can we
aunt...
get a number?
I'll text Susan. When my aunt moved into the neighborhood, Diane Keaton brought a bottle of wine over.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's a good. She is so. She's great in comedy. Again, The Godfather's on all the time. She's amazing. If you want to see her when she looks gorgeous in the Woody Allen movie Play It Again, Sam. One of his first movies, and she is the object of his desire.
I think she looks great in As Good as It Gets.
Oh, my God.
She looks fantastic.
Wonderful. Yeah. All right. A couple other quick things. Following the end of his run as Tony Stark, we only see Robert Downey Jr. act in 2020's Doolittle. But he'll soon be out on our screens more often, along with being a part of a sprawling cast in Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer, as well as both starring in and executive producing the upcoming HBO series The Sympathizer. It's now been reported that Downey is involved in a remake of Alfred Hitchcock's 1958 movie Vertigo, both behind the scenes and potentially on camera. Paramount Pictures has acquired the rights to a remake of the psychological thriller. It's being written by Peaky Blinders creator Stephen Knight, who also just signed on to write a Star Wars movie.
You're brushing over it, Preston, but The Sympathizer clearly inspired by The Noticer.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Right.
Yep. Downey is producing this new version of Vertigo with his wife, Susan. Additionally, Deadline has heard that Downey is being eyed to play the role originated by Jimmy Stewart of a police detective who's forced to retire after experiencing trauma that leaves him with vertigo and a fear of heights. He's hired to investigate an acquaintance's wife. Whether or not Downey plays the character, it's unclear if the man would also be named John Scotty Ferguson or something else.
Did you ever see the original classic Hitchcock movies like Vertigo and Rear Window?
I didn't see Vertigo.
North by Northwest.
I saw
Birds?
Psycho and The Birds, and I think that's all that I remember.
Yeah. So those other ones are more classic. And then he made one later on in his life called Frenzy about a strangler.
Yeah,
and
sounds familiar.
yeah, it was good. I mean, some people don't like his style of filmmaking. I like it. I thought it was very clever.
Yeah.
But he used all the same. There was a similar style, obviously, throughout all those movies that I attached to.
By the way, a number of movies have taken inspiration from Vertigo, including Francis Ford Coppola's Obsession and David Lynch's Mulholland Drive.
What about High Anxiety?
High Anxiety was
a direct Vertigo.
Yeah. Yep. All right, and then finally, a few days ago, something strange happened in a forgotten corner of the internet, the website for Blockbuster. The long dormant, obsolete VHS rental chain twitched back into life, and it doesn't always work. There are more than a fighting chance that you'll be taken to an error page if you go there, but sometimes it does, and it is accompanied by the text that says, "We are working on rewinding your movie."
So I'm wondering, and I read some speculation on this, if they are looking to jump into Netflix territory.
Well, that's
because Netflix is what took them out.
That's one of the rumors. There's a few different things. It says that this article says that we can rule out the obvious. There were similar stirrings of excitement last year when Blockbuster's parent company Dish filed a trademark application for an updated logo, but that was simply for a marketing tie-in with the Netflix sitcom Blockbuster, and that was canceled after 10 episodes. The same thing happened earlier last year, too, when Blockbuster filed another trademark application for a cryptocurrency and NFT marketplace. Again, that was another terrible idea, and it came to nothing. So the question is, what is it all about? And they're wondering if maybe it might be a movie that is coming out down the road.
All right, Blockbuster and Suncoast Video.
West
Coast Video.
Yeah.
And there's Suncoast as well. Which one in the day would you be more likely to encounter Diane Keaton in?
Oh. Probably West Coast Video.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
I thought she'd be a Blockbuster
me
person.
too. Yeah.
Do you think so?
Yeah, well, that's a chain, and she just would seem comfortable in there.
I think maybe she'd be less recognized if she went to the other place.
I get your point. My dad still uses Netflix to rent discs, and
I didn't know they still provided that
they
service.
do. Yeah, and the reason, Steve, that he told me anyway was that he likes watching movies on DVDs,
Which I do as well, yeah.
and there are movies that you can get on Netflix via DVD that you can't get on the streaming service. So he just sends away for them. It's the same price, it doesn't cost him anything extra or whatever, and they show up in the mail like they used to.
He's right. Even in this day and age, so I do the Blu-rays. I have hundreds of them because a lot of times they come with extra things and director's cuts and things that you can't find. They're really for film aficionados, but they also have movies you just can't find. You'd think everything's been digitized and converted to these services by now, but there's still some elusive movies.
Also, TV shows.
Yeah,
there are
absolutely.
stuff that he wants to watch an old season of whatever that came out 5 years ago. You can do that via Netflix on the disc.
So he wanted. You said he wanted to watch the whole first season of Vanderpump Rules.
Yeah, well,
I could not find it.
You couldn't find that on Netflix, so you had to go DVD.
I'm looking to sell all of my DVDs and Blu-rays. I just want to get rid of all of them because I just don't watch them anymore. I have no need for them anymore.
You'll probably find someone who might be interested, but if not, why don't you sell them as movie-style coasters?
Yeah, we could do that. But I want to sell them like, listen, you got to take all of them. You don't get to pick through the bin and go, oh, I want this one, I want that one, I want this one. I'm like, no, here are 500 DVDs.
People
Blu-rays.
sell them that way.
Yeah,
they
sure.
absolutely do. You get what you get, and people who are collectors. I wonder. Right now, we obviously had the resurgence of vinyl. If DVDs and Blu-rays become a thing for people.
I'll bet you they will.
Yeah.
Down the road. All right, we got new movies opening this weekend. I would love to tell you all about them. All right, opening this weekend is John Wick Chapter 4, starring Keanu Reeves, Lawrence Fishburne, and Donnie Yen. John Wick uncovers a path to defeating the High Table. But before he can earn his freedom, Wick must face off against a new enemy with powerful alliances across the globe and forces that turn old friends into foes. 2 hours and 49 minutes long. That's a chunky movie.
Yes, it is.
Rated R, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score at 95%.
What?
So I was going to see it this weekend, but I'm going to have a little. My wife will be out of town next weekend, and I will squirrel away. Preston, I'm probably going to do the tried and tested early morning screening. And if there's an IMAX screening available, I'd love to do that.
So you said Claire's going to be out of town. Is this a go to the movies by yourself type of movie?
Yeah, I think it might. Well, listen, she actually, I brought her up to speed on the Wick films, and she likes them. I don't think she likes them enough to sit in a movie theater for 2 hours and 49 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it looks phenomenal.
Also opening this weekend is A Good Person. It's a drama starring Zach Braff, Florence Pugh, Morgan Freeman. Daniel is brought together with Allison, the once thriving young woman with a bright future who was involved in an unimaginable tragedy that took his daughter's life. As grief-stricken, Daniel navigates raising his teenage granddaughter, and Allison seeks redemption. They discover that friendship, forgiveness, and hope can flourish in unlikely places. 2 hours, 9 minutes long. Rated R. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score 61%. And then finally, The Tutor, a mystery and thriller starring Garrett Hedlund, Noah Schnapp, and Victoria Justice. Oh, Schnapp. An in-demand tutor, Ethan, lands a high-paying assignment to instruct a billionaire son, Jackson, at a remote New York waterfront estate. Almost immediately, Ethan realizes that his student's interest in his life borders upon obsession. As tension grows, Jackson's accusations threaten to expose Ethan's perceived dark secrets to his girlfriend and the authorities. As sentiment turns against Ethan, it is up to him and only him to unearth Jackson's accusation.
Just look at the Rotten Tomatoes score. You don't even, dude.
It's 13%. Yeah. I'm not going on.
Don't even give it the dignity of telling people what it's about.
It's Noah Schnapp, and we want to support,
he goes to Penn, right?
Stranger Things.
Is that the one from Stranger Things that goes
absolutely.
to Penn? So go see it for that guy.
All right.
By the way, Rotten Tomatoes is not necessarily an indicator of how good a movie is. So.
Listen, there was a movie that had a 6% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. I saw it. It stunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got the tomato meter and then the audience score.
And they can be, listen, look at the audience score.
Yeah.
Or see it yourself and make your own damn mind up.
All right, we're going to clips now. We got to hurry up. It's already 10 after 7 here, gang.
Hurry.
Yeah, Kathy, can you quiet down, please?
Yellowjackets is back for a second season, continuing the story of a soccer team in a tragic accident. In this clip, actress Christina Ricci talks about her character. Here we go. Go for it. Oh, sorry. Here we go.
I think that she is just the most fun character because I just think she's so arrogant. It's almost like she doesn't view herself as a real human being, you know? So I think that she thinks that she can do anything, get away with anything, because I think she believes that she is very smart.
I don't think I want to see it.
Yellowjackets returns Showtime Sundays, 10 p.m. Here's our next clip. Suspense is at an all-time high as fans await the 4th season of Succession. Here, actor Nicholas Braun gives his thoughts on the upcoming season.
It's just great. It's just a blast. You know, I don't know. We just have such a great rhythm together. The writing is excellent. It's just the season is next level.
Good boy.
Succession airs Sundays at 9 p.m. and that's on HBO. Yeah.
All right, so he's the tall one in Succession.
Yes.
Nick, does he have another famous actor brother that has similar features, maybe just like a bigger kind of nose?
I don't know.
I think he does. When you said that name, I was like, that looks like the guy. He's in like action movies.
What's his name?
His last name would be Braun, I
So
believe.
is his brother Big Nose Braun?
I think it is Big Nose Braun, as a matter of fact.
Big Nose.
Never mind.
Big Nose Braun.
Let's just move on.
Keanu Reeves.
It doesn't say anything about him
Nose Braun.
having a brother.
Okay.
His dad is Craig Braun,
Yeah, he's got a tiny honker.
American actor and former graphic designer, famous for his album covers with Andy Warhol
Oh.
and Tom Wilkes.
You know, Andy Warhol was on the Love Boat.
Yeah. His first nomination was with Warhol for Sticky Fingers.
Okay.
There we go. That's Craig Braun, father of Nicholas Braun and Big Nose Braun.
No, there is no Big Nose Braun. We just established that there is no Big Nose Braun.
No Big Nose Braun.
Do we know that for sure?
Nope.
That's what they said about Bigfoot.
You guys want to do another 15 minutes on this?
I think so.
Okay.
Birdjet.
And then turn it into a rock opera.
We're going to take a break because we have a lot to get to, including your shot at going to Universal Orlando Resort. We are going to give away that trip this morning, but you need the clue, which we will pose to you around 8 o'clock. So make sure you're with us. We got guests and other things coming up. We'll talk about that in a bit. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And Channing Tatum met. She called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not
It's
supposed
similar-
to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
There you go. It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Yeah, but I mean, if anybody could pull him off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know.
Vagina.
What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No. Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work. Would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, but somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No.
No, that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, I know. We
She
know
goes,
why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encourage you to toss people salad.
when does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
right.
And then maybe
All
chicks
right.
will dig it more.
Let's
So
use
you're
it.
saying
How about a hand hobby, please?
Let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it. I
We're
can't
never
finish
gonna.
it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the
no.
meat.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So you're.
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah,
Man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was.
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, not a
right?
candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
Hi,
a
I'm
fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
Tell me
It
more.
was,
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
It was like a fruit snack,
Fruit snack.
right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my god.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge,
It's
and
called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
right?
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin
It's your
crust pizza.
version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either,
neither.
Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were
Yeah.
not in college or ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to
Yeah.
in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called. More.
That's Amores. It's love.
We had oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, OIPS. Everybody ordered.
OIPS?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from OIPS. That's got some OIPS.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh,
The same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And
Yep.
some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Yeah, I know.
we
I
should have
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch
Ranch?
dressing on pizza?
It's been a while,
been a while?
at least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I
No,
might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put
do?
pepper on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it, it's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame, and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the
There's
same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on
I
display.
mean that in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Braveheart, yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard.
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds, pounding them out. 1 mustard seed, 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down, slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes. Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so, I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Ed. Earlier, I think it was in December, I ran into a police officer, Lower Salford Township, which is my area, and I was talking to him, and I go, so how are things around here? And he's like, yeah, pretty quiet. He's like, except car accidents. He's like, we're really good at crashes around
Wow,
here.
yeah.
Like, all right.
We hear stuff in that area fairly frequently.
Yeah, too bad. But listen, we're gonna focus on our general area. It's time to walk the street. Heading to the city beat.
Time for the city beat.
Yeah.
From the meat behind the beat, with 3 nipples on 1 teat.
Oh, that was private.
Yeah, I know.
That was between you and me.
Remember Scaramanga in Man with the Golden Gun?
Yeah.
He had 3 nipples.
He had 3 nipples.
So that's pretty cool. He was one of the world's top assassins.
All right, well, listen, Nick passed this along to me, and once again, the best place to live in the entire United States of America
Wait.
for the 4th straight year.
We need a drum roll.
Okay.
All right.
For the 4th straight year, Chesterbrook, Pennsylvania. Yeah. Top place in the country by data company Niche.
They use an interesting metric, and I think it's very viable. I wonder what this means for attempting to purchase a home in that area, because it's made this list a number of times.
Yeah. The Philly suburbs pretty much own this year's ranking, by the way. So not only Chesterbrook being number 1, but Ardmore and Penn Wynn ranked 3 and 5 respectively.
Ardmore's great too.
On Niche's 2023 Best Places to Live in America list. Chester County's Devon also jumped up from outside the top 100 last year to 9 this year. Devon is in Chester County?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I grew up in Paoli, which is in Chester County, and then so Devon is in the same school district. And but the funny thing about Wayne is that it's in 3 different counties.
Yeah.
Wayne is in Chester County.
They're reckoned in a weird way, aren't they?
They really are, yeah. So Wayne is in Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware County, and the part of Chesterbrook used to be Wayne, and then I think eventually Chesterbrook got its own zip code.
Nick, I'm in Mount Airy, and by some weird reasoning, I'm in Macon County, Georgia.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
bizarre.
wow, that's
very
odd.
weird.
So the list was released Monday by Pittsburgh-based Niche. The website claims to connect people to their future schools, neighborhoods, and workplaces. They based their rankings on data from the U.S. Census, the FBI, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the CDC, and millions of resident reviews.
Not NASA?
They account for school quality, crime rates, job opportunities, housing trends, and local amenities in towns, cities, and neighborhoods across the country. So it's very thorough.
Very comprehensive. When you looked in, so I know it took a while when you were looking for where you wanted to live.
Yep.
How much of the things just mentioned came into your decision process?
Schools were one of the
Very
top,
important,
one
right?
of the
You
top
were gonna start a
priorities.
family, yeah.
Yep. Having some space, that was another one. And we didn't look into specifically like crime rates and job opportunities
Right.
and things like that, but there was a golf course, and that was big
Yeah.
on my personal list. And also new construction, because we wanted to build new. So we wanted
Right.
for something that was developing at the time. But we did look when I first moved to the Philadelphia area. Chesterbrook was one of the first places I looked. And it ended up not being where we settled in, but
It's a lovely area.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Very lovely.
But you did. I mean, the first 2 places that you moved were Chesterbrook-ish, in the sense that they were like townhome communities.
Yeah. We lived in Bluebell. The first place I lived was the Corman Suites. I don't know what it's called now.
Which we were by on Wednesday.
No, that was the second place.
Oh,
that you
yes,
lived.
that's right. Second place. Sorry.
Yeah, that was in Delaware County at Coventry Crossing. But it was similar. You know why we didn't end up moving to Chesterbrook? Because the one place that was right and that we could afford at the time, my big screen projection television wouldn't fit up in stairs to make it into the apartment. So that's why we passed.
So it's funny you should mention that, because we have this house which I adore in Mount Airy, and my wife was very nervous because she was saying to the realtor, I don't think Steve's TV will fit here.
Yeah.
And we made it work.
Yeah.
Serious concern.
Yes, our dining room furniture, dining room, we got from
Here's the dining room, and off to it is a small dining room.
We have we purchased it off of Craigslist from a person who lived in Chesterbrook.
Yeah.
And this guy he's a doctor from like Tennessee and moved to this area, and the cost of living here.
Yeah.
What's so funny over there, P-Bud?
I'm sorry. Dining room made me think of gurning room. And it's just a room set aside in your house that people go into and make those goofy faces. Hi, would you like to step into the gurning room?
Yeah.
You have to make this facial expression when you do it.
Adjust the lights to your
I'm sorry,
liking.
go ahead.
But anyway, I mean, we got this dining room furniture for a real steal. Bassett's furniture, probably, I mean, thousands of dollars that we got for a song and dance, but we had to move it out of this townhouse. And Steve, this furniture was so big and so heavy. You know,
well, that's a what I'm sure a lesser decision in a lot of cases, but it is an important one. Can I get my stuff in here?
Yep. All right. So, by the way, Chesterbrook has a population of about 5,500 people, a median home value of $350,000. It
Okay.
received an A+ designation for its public schools, health and fitness, and suitability for families. Nietzsche touted Chesterbrook's abundance of restaurants, coffee shops, and parks, saying that the area has a dense suburban feel to it. Ardmore and Penn Wynne have a median home value in both towns exceeding Chesterbrook a little bit at $353,000 in Ardmore and $395,000 in Penn Wynne. Devon was ranked number 1 place to raise a family in America, by the way.
Devon.
With Chesterbrook right behind it at number 2. The median home value in Devon is much higher than the other local suburbs at $663,000.
What's the median price of a home in the Ardmore area?
It does
not that expensive.
Wait, second. Hold. Ardmore is $353,000.
Yeah, I figured it'd be affordable.
Yeah, it's really affordable. I mean, as far as that area is concerned, I think I like Narberth way more than I like.
Well, you like Bill Weston territory.
Here's Narberth.
How you doing, folks?
Makes it on the list. By the way, Casey, Swarthmore, number 30.
Dude, Swarthmore is great. Now, Swarthmore has a cup, and it doesn't matter for me because I don't drink. But it was a dry town, but I think they have a couple of places. They built a new hotel right by Swarthmore College. But, dude, it's tiny little town center right by Swarthmore College and the train station. It is really, really cute. But still, I like Narberth more.
Exton was number 70, Berwyn number 72, and Narberth number 73.
There you go.
To Berwyn, my friend lives there, and I was out there a couple of times like the past couple of months, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to put a billboard up outside of Narberth, which is Bill Weston with his arms wide open. You've got a friend in Narberth.
I mean, my top 5 places to live after like kids leave the house would be Narberth, Media, Chestnut Hill. Which, Steve, I was in
love it.
For the first time.
I'm there all the time.
I was like, I've never really been here before.
Yeah,
This is really, really cute.
Yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah.
Doylestown.
Yeah.
Doylestown's cool.
Doylestown is lovely.
You like a town. You like a walking area.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I love that. But
That adds I think that adds a quality of life that you know, and it's just wonderful to be able to listen to just walk around and say, "Hey, neighbor, go to hell."
Go to hell. Hey, you too.
Or go to different shops and restaurants. Skipback is that way out where I am as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
But what I like about Narberth is, Steve, they have a movie theater. It's small. I think it might
They
be.
got a moving picture show?
Yeah, but I think it might be like 2 theaters or something like that.
Yeah,
but
if I win the lottery, I'm going to buy that movie theater in Wayne because it's sat closed since pre-pandemic, and it really bums me out every time I drive past it. It's right on Route 30.
You need the neighborhood movie theater like that.
Yeah, and for
Such a wonderful thing.
Exact same reason, Case. Like I know people want to go to places like that, you know, and look, a big AMC in a mall is fine, but there's something about a town movie theater that is charming.
Open it up and have it show nothing but Daily Rush videos.
All right.
Well, hang on. Is it empty? So sorry, Preston. Is that movie theater empty?
I mean, it's closed for business, so I don't know what's
Maybe that's the
inside of
movie
it.
that's showing.
Empty or closed for business.
Rose Valley was number 2 and also secured spots in the top 100, received an overall grade of A+. The highest ranking neighborhood within the Philadelphia limits is Fittler Square. Which
Not
I'm
familiar.
Not familiar with.
Yeah.
It's,
Marcy, give a
near the
thumbs up
river.
on that one.
ranked number 47 on the list of Philadelphia area neighborhoods.
Yeah, Fittler Square is like to the west of Rittenhouse Square.
Okay.
So if you're leaving Rittenhouse Square and you're walking towards the river, like Nick just said, there's a park down there, like towards University City, that little pocket.
Really?
Very pretty, great restaurants.
All right, nice. Excellent. So that's cool, man.
I love that.
All of these places in our area are considered the best places according to these metrics as the best place to live.
And you
in the
know,
country.
there's a lot to recommend this area to a lot of people, and that's why. Listen, I love seeing this.
And that's why when these other lists come up that claim that tout we're the worst and all kinds of stuff, I'm like, you just no.
Chomp my taint.
Well, it's just
Power chomp it, right?
it's just they're taking things that you're not looking deep enough.
The whole picture. We're not a one-trick pony. There's a lot going on here.
All right, some other things from City Beat. I actually have several things I want to try to get to.
All right,
we
let's
don't
do
have
it.
a whole hell of a lot of time. But Kathy sent this one to me. Thank you to all my field reporters, by the way. A Bethlehem-based entrepreneur turned a class project into a popular kids product that you will now find in stores at Target.
What?
Yeah.
Brianna Gardell started making throwable paintballs in her apartment kitchen in the Lehigh Valley.
I love this idea.
And now her invention, called Goblies, I think is how you pronounce this,
I saw that movie.
are available nationwide. And she says Goblies were originally inspired by a homework assignment that she had. She said, I tried to create an egg out of soap, and I said, well, the yolk kind of seems like it'd be fun to throw at people. And she explained that Goblies are paintballs that you throw by hand like a water balloon, only these create a colorful splatter like a paintball, she said. And the outside is actually made from seaweed, so you don't have to pick up the pieces outside like you do with water balloons.
So it's biodegradable.
Yeah, she said the inside is a colorful goop.
And what is the goop made of? Do we know?
I don't know.
Asbestos?
But it's all washable, she said. 8 years ago, Gardell wore a Goblies splattered dress to her graduation from Lehigh University and started her business the next day. She first made a do-it-yourself science kit where kids could make their own paintballs. Demand was high, especially for birthday parties, so she tested 26 different prototypes in her kitchen to find a way to make pre-made ones. And she also makes something called play paint, which you can load into any water gun as well. So a squirt gun that you can squirt colors. Brilliant.
I love it. So the whole thing with the Goblies is it's like you can play tag that way, or
Yes.
you can.
Yeah. And the way the kids love the water balloons, like you'd think you just brought an entire amusement park to your backyard when you pull out water balloons. And so now add this with some color. I mean,
you can wash away.
That you can wash away.
And biodegradable.
And so what I used to do for Jace's birthday parties, because we would always do the balloons and stuff like that. And then it's all over your lawn and you don't want to leave the balloons out there. So I would have everybody, all the kids, I'd say, all right, whoever can get the most amount of balloon remnants from the yard gets a prize. And then I'd give like $5 to whoever came out
Right.
with the biggest,
Well, Kathy, I'm
Casey
sorry.
always have such great ideas on how to get kids to do the work for you.
Yeah.
I never had those.
My dad used
kids.
to
I was
whip.
dumb.
So we were in the hot tub at the hotel on whatever night that it was,
yeah.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
It was a little cold out. And then the jets went off in the hot tub and nobody wanted to get out. And I told Jace, I was like, I'll time you, you know? It's just,
No,
I'll
and
time
you were
you.
supposed to give him a $500.
no,
if
he said $500. I was like, okay, if
he
you can
got
do
back
it
in 5 seconds. Casey was like, "What'd you think for 5?"
I'm not going to give that kid $500.
Of course.
By the way,
Sucker.
Jace is great in negotiating. I watched it
Yes, he
several
is.
times on that trip. That dude knows how to strike a bargain. I don't know where he gets it from though.
It's like everything is a negotiation.
Yes.
I'm like, no,
And-
it's not. And he's like, all right, how about like 5 more minutes on video games?
But
then?
he's not willing to bend.
No,
Like, he
it's-
comes to the table
Help
with
me.
with terms.
So I'm ordering. They are available through Amazon as well.
Oh, the Goblies.
The Goblies. So I'll order a couple boxes for us to have on hand.
All right.
Hey, you might as well.
And by the way, Kathy, timing, it still works on my 15-year-old son.
oh, good. So I still have a few more
you
years.
can do it for a little while. Then.
All right, I got something else around our area, the City Beat. This one is a really cool story. A woman in Philadelphia's Mount Airy neighborhood is believed to be one of the oldest living patients with sickle cell disease in the country. Her name is Joan Lambright. She's 83 years old, and she spent her entire life defying the odds. She was born in 1939, and she was told that she wouldn't survive her teenage years after being diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. She says that the condition causes unbearable pain, but it was misunderstood throughout her childhood. She said, I knew that there were some days where I could run and jump like any other child, and some days that I was in bed, at home, or sometimes in the hospital. The CDC now says that 1 in 13 African-American babies is born with the trait for sickle cell disease. For Joan, understanding the disease has been a lifelong battle. She said, if I'm unhappy, if I have moments of depression, that can trigger a crisis.
So she's 83 now.
Yeah.
What is her prognosis for continued
I don't know.
success? Yeah.
Not sure. She said in that crisis, the pain can be so extreme in a body part that she can't move. When a situation like that happens and she goes to the hospital, she often needs a blood transfusion to live, and she credits the Red Cross and donors for her life. She said, actually, each time they save a piece of my life. Each time they give me a chance to live again. She became an advocate for her own health, working with the Red Cross to encourage people to donate blood. She said, I accept blood from any race. However, my body absorbs the blood better if it is compatible with those of the same race. In becoming one of the oldest living sickle cell disease patients in the entire country, she has a lot of people to thank. She says, when my time comes, that'll be all right because I've lived, and I've only lived well because of blood. So that just heightens the importance of donating blood. And we'll have of course, our blood drive coming up this summer.
Yeah, and speaking of the blood drive, I didn't know that until you just said it, Preston, but there are certain races that can't donate blood to other races. Is that common, or is it just with sickle cell?
I think she says it's most compatible with, with
But
her
you
own
can do
race.
any, but
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know if you're more likely if you're an African American to get blood from another. I don't know how that works.
Good question. It might be for certain conditions. I don't really know. Like sickle cell. Not really sure. But that's what a great story. She's lived that long.
83.
Defied the odds. All right, another City Beat story. Wow. Yeah. How about this one? If a zombie outbreak like The Last of Us ends up happening, a new report says that we have one of the best places for you to survive.
All right.
It was data that was compiled by Jeff Bet, an online casino based in the United Kingdom. The company evaluated America's 20 largest shopping malls based on 8 pieces of criteria: demand, infection risk, shelter by suitability, food provisions, weapon access, medicine access, mental stimulation, and chances of rescue. And, of course, malls are a classic hiding spot in zombie and alien movies and TV shows, including The Last of Us, which centers an episode within an abandoned mall. A study published in Americana, The Journey of American Popular Culture, titled Zombies, Malls, and the Consumerism Debate, focuses on that. Mall scenes in Stranger Things also became key in that show's storyline. But according to the final scores, Mill Creek Mall would be the ideal place to land during a hypothetical zombie outbreak. And I'm not sure where Mill Creek Mall is. Oh, it's in Erie. Okay, so it's in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And then King of Prussia Mall.
You would assume, right?
Yep.
I thought King of Prussia would be first, but why does it give a reason why Mill Creek over KOP?
Not over, but it did go into the details, but I kind of skipped over them.
It's closer to where the location filming for Striking Distance took place.
Okay.
The Bruce Willis movie?
The Bruce Willis movie.
Yeah, that figures large.
He was a boat cop.
Right.
Yeah.
And that tends to repel zombies.
So the King of Prussia Mall's best scoring factor was the visitor's high chance of rescue, though it does not explain exactly why that is.
You guys ever been to Erie?
No.
Me neither.
No,
I have.
Yeah? What'd you think?
It's not Vegas, but it's fine.
It's not Vegas.
It's not Vegas.
That's what it says on the sign on the way in.
We're not Vegas, but we're fine.
I had always heard it's not that great, a little bit depressed.
Well,
There,
the name Erie tends to, but no, it's not bad.
Okay, my friend went to med school out there.
Here you go, Casey. Key factors that play a role in the mall's top ranking, this is Mill Creek, include the fact that it is not highly visited compared to other malls and is in a more out-of-the-way area. And this could be bad news for a mall's sales, but under the premise of a zombie apocalypse where you want to avoid infections, that is a good thing.
So think about this taking place here at KOP. You have the 2 removed. Now they're joined. So you have this sprawling amount of store area. Think of the stores in there. Think of there are a couple of pharmacies, right? You have there's a Rite Aid. Am I correct?
There's a maybe down by JCPenney. There is. I don't know if it's a Rite Aid or if it's a CVS, but it's as you walk in.
Right. Food wise, the food court. Now you'd have stuff would be fairly perishable.
Yeah.
I assume in a food court.
But you also have a Dick's Sporting Goods. So
Right.
you do have some survival gear there
and potential weapons.
Yeah.
I thought JCPenney closed too. Didn't it?
Oh,
It
man.
did. In KOP? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's gone.
Yeah.
But that wing, what's that? Well, what's there now? What
Dick's is a Dick's Sporting Goods.
No. Dick's is
where the Sears was
is further down. No, at JCPenney,
right.
remember, I think it's still vacant. They put all of those like pop-up holiday houses.
They put it in
and
there. That's
all that
right.
stuff. They put them in there.
Yeah, right now they have some VR games in front of there, I think.
There
like
was
that.
for a while. Yeah, downstairs. Are they still out there? Yeah.
I was there a couple of weeks ago. So.
I have a gift card for JCPenney. What do you think I should do with it?
Wait, do they still? They might still have an
online. You could go online.
Oh, all right.
I learned how to mismanage credit with my JC credit card.
A lot of people did. Wow. All right, so let me see. Running out of time. A couple more City Beat stories. I want to make sure I get to ones before it's too late here. How about this one? This is a pretty cool story. A woman by the name of Karen Cagnetti had just delivered pizza to a friend on Old Orchard Lane Tuesday evening when she saw a collision and a motorcycle burst into flames. And the Little Rockies pizza delivery driver sprung into action. I knew it. Sprung into action, pulling a man from the burning bike and saving his life.
That's amazing.
According to the 3rd District Fire Company's chief.
Thank you, Little Rocky.
Chief Howard McGoldrick said, I would say she saved his life.
Yes.
It burned pretty bad. It's one of those things the average person is not accustomed to, and she did the right thing. Cagnetti, who has been on the job with the Bristol Pizza Place for the last few months, said that she had made the delivery to a home when the crash had happened. And McGoldrick said that he didn't expect to see a motorcycle on fire as the fire company was dispatched to assist the Bucks County Rescue Squad with the accident. He said, we pulled up, I saw smoke, and then I saw the motorcycle on fire. The motorcyclist was injured and his bike was destroyed after it caught fire following a collision with a van. He said the van driver was not hurt. But she jumped into action and saved the guy's life, she said. They said.
This is an interesting thing to consider. At any given day or, say, around mealtime, how many food delivery drivers are out in any given area, would you say?
I don't know. A lot.
A lot, right?
lot,
You would assume. And obviously in some areas.
Yeah.
And so that provides sort of an on-the-street eyes on the road, basically. I mean, basically they could even do their own sort of ways, information reporting,
Yeah, I would. And
should we deputize them?
If you are a delivery driver, I think it would be good to be skilled in the way of, first aid and CPR and things like that.
Because you're the one out and about.
Yeah, you're encountering people pretty regularly. You're essentially on patrol.
Yeah.
If you're a driver.
That's what I was wondering.
Of sorts. So, having that skill may save some people's lives.
Should we give them guns?
And probably not.
No.
I'm going to guess.
What was that thing we were doing for a little bit where we were diving into people's jobs and learning some behind
secrets of your profession?
Yeah. I bet delivery drivers have loads of stories.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Karen.
Probably see lots of boobies.
Karen Cagnetti said she doesn't want to be called a hero. She said, I think that anybody would have done the same thing. She said, I saw somebody who was hurt, needed help. I stayed calm until the paramedics arrived, and then I cried. She said I was really shaken up over it.
Good for her.
So that's awesome, man. That's good stuff. I'm happy to hear that.
Spit out coffee.
All right. Is that all we have time for? You know what? I'll do. Okay. I'll save this one for next week if we get a chance. All right. And that's it.
I like that one. Yeah.
I told you I had a whole lot today, man. There's been a bunch going on in and around our area. And it continues because we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We have a few different things that are going to happen. We're going to get to the bizarre file. We have a concert announcement.
Yes, a good one.
And we have the clue for our final Universal Orlando Resorts to give to you and your chance to win this trip. And plus, we'll get our Friday Froggy song. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I can talk while you guys are chewing. All right.
All right.
And 3.
3.
1, 2, 3.
1.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's
No.
nothing appealing about
Nope.
that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And I
it.
love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the
You made love
driveway
to him, didn't you?
yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Oh, Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dogs.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man. I guess.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company if you've ever used them. They have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Philly.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
Right.
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies.
Far superior?
Far superior.
Oh,
and
man.
there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie, the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't
Chips
have that
Ahoy.
luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a
off.
piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want
Yeah.
with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve,
What?
you cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies. And I thought I knew
He
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew you.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right. Goo!
All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was
source?
in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh, no.
Let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
He put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
There we
agree
go.
with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right,
Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
alone.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's good. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm back.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up. Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like
Yes.
that. Did you catch that story?
Who is he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery. I've often fantasized.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this stuff.
Absolutely extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relaxed more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I
it.
would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss when I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went? Or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible
I have
to say?
no. Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Yeah, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? And I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Now, something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord.
We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said
I
that?
thought you were summoning
He
me.
just... Kathy, did
was
you see
summoning.
that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was
Yeah,
the
I
word for
thought you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do it
could.
right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you jump right here? Yeah.
All right, so did you really?
Drop the deuce?
No, you farted. Oh my God.
Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones
It did.
picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
unbelievable.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're
at
making
work.
good
I
money.
think I
right
just
now.
bonus with that one. Let's do that.
Let's. I
Yeah.
tagged. I teased it. Let's get to that now. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is your chance to win with Preston and Steve's Photo Hunt Challenge. You need step number 1 of this. It's an opportunity, by the way, to win a trip to Universal Orlando Resort. But step 1 is to listen to the clue. Step 2 is to go and see if you can find out the answer to this. And then step 3 is to hang on and wait until we tell you when to call in with that answer. So here is your clue. Who is wearing a hoodie in our only black and white photo? So what you need to do is go to PrestonandSteve.com and look through the Universal Photo Hunt Challenge photo gallery, find the answer, and you can win a trip for 2 to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit when we ask you to call in later on with that answer. So who is wearing a hoodie in our only black and white photo? And from sending you on a high-speed coaster to putting a towering volcano right outside your hotel room, nobody tests the limits of absolute awesome like Universal Orlando Resort. And we certainly know it.
Love it.
Information available at WMMR.com, but go check that out now. Real quick, a shout out. And, well, yeah, let me do the shout out first. It says, hey, guys, I want to see if we could do something different and request a privilege from Steve and his highest voice. I don't know what that means. But it says, for my wife, Jennifer Moore, her new job. She gets to work from home now, making double what she made at her last job. Doesn't need to drive, so doesn't need to pay tolls. Doesn't need to deal with a-holes. But also gets mad now that I have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning to take our kids to school while she lays in bed. And no matter how little noise I try not to make, she still complains that I'm too loud. And I would like to send out a privileged shout out to her, please. Thanks in advance. That's from Mike Miranda.
All right, you want a high one?
I guess that's that. So that's a shout out.
All right, and then
thank you.
or privileged.
And then finally, Nick wanted me to pass this along because we got some gifts this morning. This is from Melissa Murphy, and she wrote, "Hey, remember how you guys felt when you met John Travolta? That's how I felt this morning meeting you guys." She came out to Clearwater to meet us.
She was awesome.
She said, "I sat in the parking lot and cried afterwards." Aww. Good tears, she wrote. "I can't thank you enough for everything today and every day for the last 20 years. And I've been unbelievably depressed since we were forced to leave our Key West home in June after our home was sold. And today was the first day I was truly happy. Thank you, sincerely." And that is from Melissa Murphy. And she gave us these gifts. She painted these rocks for us with different things on them, that are...
I got a Gene Simmons chicken.
Yeah, that are for us specifically.
Steve, I believe one or some of the rocks, and I'll have to find out. I'll follow up with Melissa. Actually, there's something happens when you put them under a black light.
Really?
Yeah. So,
all right.
I'll have to do that.
I'll ask her. But really nice of her. And she was nervous, but couldn't have been sweeter. And it was cool to meet her in Clearwater.
Her husband's a musician.
Yeah.
And so was picking up gigs in that area. And then they were starting to pick up business, which is good.
Yep. All right. And before we get into the B file, and we'll have something after the bizarre file, by the way, we have a concert announcement this morning. But let's play some music. Get in Friday mode. Been told that there were no black and white photos in our photo gallery.
What?
That has just been fixed. So you can go and you can refresh it now, and it should come up, and you should be able to find the black and white photo. And we need to know who's wearing the hoodie in our only black and white photo. And Nick is going to verify this. Nick, did you? Yes. Okay, yes.
How about if we were to place a black and white photo in our gallery?
No, it's there now.
All right, there we go.
So you need to go and check PrestonandSteve.com and look at the Universal Photo Hunt Challenge photo gallery and find out which person is wearing a hoodie in our only black and white photo. So it is there now, but thank you for letting us know. Yeah. We appreciate that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it's brought to you by Red Robin. The March College Basketball Tournament is here, and Red Robin is offering 10% off all pickup catering orders throughout March using the code MARCH10. Order today at order.redrobinpa.com. Yum. All right, Marius Gustafsson allegedly removed men's penises and testicles for his website, along with 8 other people Westminster Magistrates Court heard on Wednesday.
You know, they ask us to create content for the website. Maybe we need to look into this.
Norway-born Gustafsson is accused of being at the heart of a wide-ranging conspiracy involving up to 29 offenses of extreme body modifications, the removal of body parts, the trade in body parts, and the uploading of videos. The group allegedly brought in some $300,000 in income from their extreme actions.
From removing penises?
Yep. Gustafson is charged with conspiracy to cause grievous bodily harm, and that's to 5 alleged victims. Charges include the removal of a man's penis, the clamping of another's testicles, and freezing of a leg, which required amputation.
Wow.
Gustafson is also accused of acquiring or possessing criminal property, making an indecent image of a child, and distributing an indecent image of a child. He himself has had his own leg, penis, and nipple removed and appeared in court in a wheelchair. Gustafson appeared alongside Peter Waits, who is charged with conspiracy.
Not only does he own the company, he's a customer.
Waits was involved in all 9 with 9 of the 29 incidents. Ian Seeker is said to have been involved in 2 incidents. 3 other men were charged with being involved in the same conspiracy. They will appear in the same court. Nathan Arnold, Damian Burns, and Jacob Crimmy Appleby also appeared. Arnold is alleged to have removed Gustafson's nipple. Burns is accused of removing his penis, and Creamy Appleby is accused of freezing his leg, requiring amputation. Like, they are doing it to themselves
So
as
I
well.
think Creamy was pretty hardcore. I mean, I'd probably come in on the nipple side.
Yeah.
I think that's less invasive. But yeah, there are people like this who get off on this, and it's their thing.
Yep, none of the accused have entered any pleas. They are said to be part of a secret society.
You know what I do? I like to work with succulents. I think that's fun.
So they are said to have been part of a secret society where men voluntarily remove genitalia and body parts. This is thought to be linked to a nullo subculture, which I've never heard before.
Nullo.
Nullo is short for genital nullification. So
Yeah, then I have heard of it.
this is what they're into.
That's horrifying.
A Providence Township man with a history of mental illness doused himself with a flammable liquid and set himself on fire inside a magisterial district court office on Tuesday. I believe this was in Lancaster. Stanley T. Walden was at Judge William Benner's office to be arraigned on recent charges of terroristic threats and criminal mischief when he set himself on fire and ran at police. Walden is currently receiving treatment at Lehigh Valley Burn Center. The judge said that he did not know the details about Walden's injuries or whether anyone was injured. Police charged Walden with arson, a felony, and reckless endangerment, a misdemeanor for the incident. During Tuesday's arraignment, Walden had a clear plastic water bottle with him. The complaint says when the defendant learned that he was going to be taken into custody for probation violation, the defendant poured the contents of the water bottle on himself. As officers approached, the defendant lit himself on fire with a disposable lighter.
Oh, my God.
The clear liquid inside of the bottle was flammable liquid, possibly rubbing alcohol or nail polish remover.
Why didn't they let them bring anything into the court?
6 law enforcement officers were in the courtroom at the time of the incident, as were Benner and Walden's mother. Walden, who is 6'4" and weighs 300 pounds, was still on fire when he ran toward the officers, removing his burning sweatshirt and was swinging it towards the officers in the courtroom.
Did they say what the original charge was that had him on probation?
Yeah, I already said that. I'll have to go back.
No,
and
no
see.
problem.
He
was arson?
No, I'm sorry. Court showed that Walden had run-ins with the criminal justice system before and had gone through the county's mental health court. So he had been in and out a few times. They knew him well.
Setting yourself on fire was a better option?
Yeah, I guess to him it may have been. Now, this is pretty wild. 5 mischievous boys had to be rescued from a Staten Island sewer system on Tuesday after they crawled into a tunnel and ventured deep inside and got lost.
Oh, wow.
They were looking for a clown, right?
I think they may have been. So the FDNY received an emergency call Tuesday regarding children trapped in the sewers. 911 audio captures some of the exchanges between a dispatcher and a child. And in one exchange, the dispatcher asks for an address. The boyish voice says, "We don't know. We're stuck in the sewers.
We're Goonies."
And they said, "You're stuck where?" And the child said, "In the sewers." And yeah, Steve, it was like that.
Yeah.
It was like the Goonies. Fire alarm dispatcher Marilyn Haxela said that he asked the child questions to narrow down where the boys entered the sewer system.
Send in Officer Sloth.
The responding fire units located the children's backpacks at the entrance to the tunnel, which leads to the sewers under Clove Lakes Park.
That's Officer Sloth.
Authorities determined that the children had crawled into the sewer system through the tunnel and had traveled up to a quarter mile further inside. The tunnel had a 40-inch opening that later reduced to 30 inches, and it made it difficult to navigate. A firefighter entered the tunnel on a rope and with a breathing equipment set up And he said it was a tight space. The member had to crouch down and then crawl. They eventually were able to track down where they were. Firefighters found the kids by opening up one of the manhole covers above them, and the dispatcher urged the kids to raise their voices and call for help. Moments after this, the department said responding units located and rescued the kids.
That could have been deadly.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. A rainstorm or something occur?
Yep. They were brought to safety after about 30 minutes or so of searching for them.
Bet they smell great.
Oh, my God, yeah. All right, let's see. And I think we have a little bit of audio for this. A Florida state representative appeared to get trolled by some raunchy fake names during his committee's hearing considering several bills.
I was laughing out loud.
During Monday's hearing of the Florida House Civil Justice Subcommittee, Chairman Will Robinson moved the committee into public testimony on State Representative Tiffany Esposito's bill on residential tenancies. A half hour into the hearing, everything was running smoothly as Robinson read off names of members of the public who were in opposition or support of Esposito's bill. However, shadowy, formless entities stalked the subcommittee chairman, putting Representative Will Robinson in danger of trolls. And we'll play a little clip of the representative reading off the names.
Florida Station of Counties waves in opposition. Pamela Birch Fort, Florida State Conference of NAACP branches, waves in opposition. Anita Dick.
Oh
boy.
Is an opponent.
Oh, man.
He's thinking.
Waves in opposition. Holden Hiscock is also an opponent.
Oh, my God.
Waves in opposition. Jimmy.
Only Jimmy.
Florida.
Only Jimmy. I wonder what Jimmy's last name was.
Yeah. He wasn't
Crack
saying
corn.
Oh, my God.
Play it again.
Oh, my God. All right.
Because after the first name, he's like, he starts to, you can tell he's thinking.
Yeah. Oh, he takes a nice pause there.
Birch
Yeah.
Fort, Florida State Conference of NAACP branches, waves in opposition. Anita Dick is an opponent.
Anita Dick
is an opponent. Julie Jerkoff.
An opponent.
Waves in opposition. Anita Dick is an opponent.
Dude.
Got
Do
him.
you know how many times Michael Hunt got a phone call at my swim club?
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they announced it over the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people actually did it?
Yeah. So they would call from the payphone. They would call and ask for that, and then they would say it over the loudspeaker. You have a phone call at the front desk.
One of the best.
It happened all the time.
The pool page is. My buddy and I went out to Las Vegas years ago. That we would do that constantly, and you let it go for a day or two before you did it again. But it was the classic. Yes, paid somebody. I think he's by the pool.
All right. I'm going to do a concert announcement. Yep. Good stuff right here, folks. So MMR is always happy to announce concerts to you. This one is going to be Wednesday, October 18th at these Wells. We're going to have some music back?
It's all set up here.
All right, thank you. At the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets on sale next Friday, and MMR rocks Queen and Adam Lambert together. Yeah. So they are coming to town. Sir Brian May and Company with Adam Lambert. This is going to be really cool. Tickets are on sale, like I said, next Friday. What's that? Okay, so that's next Friday, and tickets will go on sale at 10 a.m. via wellsfargocenterphilly.com, and you can listen to Pierre all next week to win some tickets. For complete details and another chance to win tickets, go to WMMR.com, or you can text Queen to 39333, and we are going to send you the link. So let me reiterate this once again. It is Queen and Adam Lambert, the Rhapsody Tour, Wednesday, October 18th at Wells Fargo Center.
Very cool.
On sale next Friday at 10 a.m. via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Pierre, tickets all next week. And for complete details and another chance to win tickets, you can go to WMMR.com or text Queen to 39333, and we will send you that link. Now, keep the music going for a second, please. I got this email. This is timely. This is from... I got this from Mrs. Officer, drama teacher at Beck Middle School. It says, Preston Steve, Beck Middle School in Cherry Hill will be performing their spring musical, We Will Rock You, this weekend.
Nice.
And the show features music by the band Queen. They said the kids have worked so hard on this. Many of them weren't familiar with Queen and now are big fans of the band, rock music, and, of course, the Preston and Steve Show. And I'm so incredibly proud of the students. It would mean a lot if the rock guys of everyone could wish them luck on the show. Tickets available at the door online at ticket.com/BeckPlayers.
That's great.
Yeah.
I
And that's
love
the way
that.
my kids were, man. Once I turned them on to Queen, they just took to it right away. I think it's pretty timeless music.
Absolutely. And Adam Lambert appears in Bohemian Rhapsody. He's the truck driver. In the
Oh,
bathroom
that's
scene.
right. That's right. In the movie.
Yeah.
Other school plays that are going on this weekend, by the way, Preston, speaking of which, is Marion Mercy Academy's James and the Giant Peach opens up tonight. And it just so happens that my daughter is playing the part of James.
Nice.
In James and the Giant Peach. So.
Excellent. All right, well, I just thought I'd give that a little plug-a-rooney. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Our friend Chris Therien of the Flyers is going to be stopping by. There's a couple of things coming up that we think you will find very interesting, and we will return in just a bit with him. Stay put.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
You want my family on the street?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
let her too.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
Let's see if we can isolate that moment
Kathy's got that covered, too.
and relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the pink, 2 in the stink.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So 2 in the stink.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon.
Yes.
Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out, and there was so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm wearing
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
Yeah. Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the 3rd book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
Got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to all the vendors. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And yes, and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool,
which
yeah.
is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been to the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're going to cry.
That
It's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is, yeah.
All right. And by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to two. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for two people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these two competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts. Ultimately, not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has, by that point, been hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story. The most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenblum to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go. All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, the movies. And a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, then, Steph. Our next contestant. writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downeytown, Pennsylvania.
From Downeytown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had
nice.
like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky-looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow.
So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Josines. Is that how you say her last name? Josines.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
Thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question, and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right.
WMMR.
Oh, my God. The Flyers won last night. Yeah! Wow. Listen, things have not been going all that great this particular season. But listen, there's still some great reasons to go to Wells Fargo Center, and there's a couple of events coming up that we're going to tell you about. And to bring some of those details on board and your chance to win some things, we have who I have been told is the longest tenured defenseman in franchise history. Chris Therien is here with us this morning.
Still amazing hearing that. Someone will break it eventually, but to this point, I'll hold that record. I always said, you know what? Like someone says, you played 12 years in Philly, and I said I did. It's like 30 in any other city.
It's like dog years.
Yeah. You don't know. New York's got to be a lot tougher, right?
You know what? I mean, I think for the passion, New York is good, but it ain't Philly, man. Like
New
it's
York
just
for
not.
press reasons, I would say. New York for press.
I always heard
maybe
you can blend in New York because you are in Philadelphia. If you're a sports star, you're also a celebrity. And I heard, maybe you can verify this, Chris, but Lindros said when he got traded to the Rangers, he could walk around Central Park and not get mobbed. When he was in Philly, he was a superstar and everybody recognized him.
Yeah, that's I actually believe that 100%. You know, and I was laughing a couple weeks ago, but I was really ticked off because the Rangers kind of came into a building one night where they got Patrick Kane, and believe it or not, people in Philly, I don't know if they realize this, but it's easier for New Yorkers to come to games in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Than it is for them to even go to their own games, whether it's at Citibank Park or Yankee
I
Stadium.
doubt it. Yeah.
So they come up the turnpike. The parking's great. So they kind of took over and took advantage of a rough patch the Flyers are going through, and they had a pretty loud building in New York. I'm thinking to myself, you guys don't make your own building that loud in New York, so don't come here and try it here because I've seen your phony ass act up there, and it's not that impressive. It really isn't. So, I mean, the Garden's a pretty quiet building.
Yeah.
Probably going to get jumped getting out of here.
No, you're right. It's also acoustically, it's a pain in the ass when anyone plays a concert there because they've got to go through all hoops and these backflips to get the audio right. It is a tricky room.
There's no doubt.
Talk about a quiet audience, though, and we'll get into some of the reason why you're here. But in Toronto, it's a different experience with the fans there, isn't it?
It is, and you see a lot of suits. I mean, it's a different type of crowd. It's packed pretty much every night. But that's religion up there to sorts, and like the game day experience is not just that night; it's an all day experience.
Yeah,
Montreal, Toronto, especially more so than the other Canadian cities.
Yeah, it can be. It's actually quiet when you watch the games, which is strange. But they're fanatical hockey fans.
It reminds me of how weird it was when they were playing during the pandemic.
Oh yeah.
That's why. Yeah, they were saying the teams that had like nobody in their buildings were really going to flourish in that scenario.
It was insanely weird.
Chris, I watch every game. I'm a diehard, even though this season hasn't been great. And I love the fact that you don't pull any punches. You're very honest in your opinion. This team, the record bears it out. They're not going to make the playoffs. They're not that strong. But when I watch them, I do see glimmers of hope with this franchise, with this team, starting with the head coach and then Carter Hart and whatever. The $1 million question is always, if you were GM, what would be your first move? I think there's a million moves that need to be made, but you watch almost all the games or all the games as well. What do you see when you see this team?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing is, from my standpoint, was looking back, and I saw this wave coming a few years ago, and that's where I said, like, they got to turn this around and start making moves. I think you have guys like a Claude Giroux had an unbelievable career here, but I think when you get a glimpse, you have to flip assets at some point to try to make your team continually in the hunt. You have to make them. And in Philadelphia, and I'll go back. I mean, we've had GMs before. Paul Holmgren specifically going back. He liked to make splash trades. He understood the market like that. We signed Shea Weber to a big offer sheet. Didn't work out, but they match it. But getting Chris Pronger, getting Brie Larson after that really bad year. So there's an understanding of that market. There are some young guys here I like. I like Torts. Whether or not he'll be the coach when the full flip happens, I don't know that, because there's a gap between all of this. So what do you do? For me, and I think Torts said it the other day, there has to be a subtraction here. You got to dump some salary. You got to get rid of older guys that are not going to get you to where you're trying to go. And then wean out what young guys are worth it to you. I've seen that's the part to me that I get excited about, because there are guys that have shown up and they've done a good job. And so that's high hopes for the future, but there's still a lot of work to do. And I know they're going to try to do that.
I was watching that Forster kid last night, and I like him a lot. He's it looks like he's hungry. He's really fast. They even used him in the shootout, which he didn't score, but the fact that they threw him out in the shootout, that's a vote of confidence.
There's no doubt. And there's a lot of guys you have to try to see what they're worth, and to have a look and see when those minutes are meaningful, what do those kids look like? And, I was talking to a parent, I think the other day, about his young guy, 17, and I said, you know what, you can't control any of the things that go on with how recruited, and he's trying to go to college, and it's different routes for every single sport. And I've been through it both myself and with my kids. And I just said, you have to have the fortitude to understand, knowing your own kid, knowing your abilities, but also understanding that when you're playing, there's going to be people watching, and you got to be at the top of your game. And that's like that in the NHL now, too. There's so many moving parts and moving pieces, because there's a lot of guys you could plug and play at any spot now, especially in the depth spots, because there's not a lot of separation between the talents.
We'll talk a little bit more about the team in a second, but I do want to mention this, and one of the reasons you're here is the Flyers Charities Carnivals this weekend. This event's been going for a while. It was called the Flyers Wives Carnival. This has been going on for longest. This is one of the events that I see as the Flyers standing out amongst other teams in the NHL. You guys, if you want to get up close and personal to the team, this is the event to go to.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And this is something to me, guys, that has been like my first year, I didn't even know what it was. And they're like, hey, be at the Carnival Sunday. So everyone just, we show up at the Spectrum that year.
Yeah.
And every year since, I've just was completely wowed by the experience. It raised money. It was a way for the fans, to get right next to your favorite player, to see what hockey players are about. And I think a lot of that is reverberated through the entire community. People say, hey, hockey players are good guys. And I think in Philadelphia, a lot of that had to do with the Flyers Wives Carnival. I think social media has taken a little bit out of that, because, you can go look at pictures of your favorite players so quickly.
Still, it's not like, and that this event promotes you being right next to him, being able to chat, being able to interact. And there's not, I don't think there's anything that's similar. I mean, obviously we have a lot of charity-minded athletes in this city, but this by its construct is putting you right in them.
There's not usually a whole team event that any of the other teams do.
And the players love it. We understand it. It really is a bond, I think, between the Flyers and the community, and that's what's made it, I think, more special than just about any other event. A lot of teams have tried to mimic it over the years, guys.
Right.
But nobody's really been able to do what the Flyers, as I said, Flyers Wives Carnival at one time, the Flyers Carnival now, Charities Carnival. But it's been a staple in this community, and I'm really glad that it's going to be back. It's always, to me, been a link to the past of this team, and it's something that I think that's kind of kept this organization glued for many years to the community.
I agree.
So it's coming this Sunday at 11 a.m. You can get tickets at Wells Fargo Center, Philly.com. We have a couple to give away, actually. We have a couple pairs of passes.
Awesome.
So I'd like to take callers 15 and 16, and we will give you a family 4-pack of tickets for the event. And by the way, it's 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center. They're going to have an indoor Ferris wheel. You get to take shots on goal. That's the thing that everybody wants to do, is take the shots on goal. Locker room tours and a whole bunch more. And proceeds are going to benefit Flyers Charities, which, by the way, there's a variety of different events besides that. But the money goes to cancer research and families impacted, by cancer. And also it invests in other things, the game of hockey, investing in sustainability, environmental responsibility, stuff like that. So it's a really cool all-encompassing charity event. So that is this Sunday. So we'll take those callers now, and we will give you tickets. And then I wanted to take this opportunity to mention something else, which is really cool. And it's going to be next Tuesday. The Flyers are going to be playing the Canadiens, and they're doing Pearl Jam night.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. And we are going to be there. Me and Steve will be there. Nick, are you going to the event?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And we're going to do some tickets in a suite. We're going to have our own suite. And we're going to give away tickets for you to come and join us and hang out for the game. And they've made a special T-shirt for the night. And it's a gritty themed shirt. In fact, what is it called? The Grit Man Stick Man T-shirt. And everybody who purchases a ticket through the special link will get a Grit Man Stick Man T-shirt at the game.
I love it.
And this is in conjunction with the 10 Club, the Pearl Jam fan club.
And the 10 sellouts. It's really funny to me because I follow Flyers on social media and Pearl Jam on social media, and they're both putting out these messages. This is like an official Pearl Jam sanctioned event with the Philadelphia Flyers, and it's Tuesday night.
So we'll do some giveaways in a little bit with that. Hey, I wanted to ask you something, Chris, about because you mentioned Danny Briere a moment ago. And he had some unfortunate press that came along with his son. We talked about this on the air. No fault to him whatsoever. But when stuff like that happens as a professional athlete where you personally have no control over it, and all of a sudden it happens, it gets out, and of course you mentioned the social media age that we're in right now where things can take off like wildfire.
Yes, and they did.
What are the protocols of handling something like that, you know?
Yeah, that's one where you think you just got to kind of eat your own crow.
Yeah.
Things happen. Kids and people, even if they're 24 or 18, they do dumb things.
Yeah.
I try to talk to my 4 kids about making right decisions and right calls, and sometimes the message still doesn't get through, unfortunately. But
does the organization are they able to look past that and go, look, it's
I think it's
not him.
I think it's a cringeworthy moment.
Yeah.
If that was my kid, I'd be like, oh man.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean, that's just being straight up. I mean, and I'm sure my kids have done dumb stuff.
Yeah.
They all have. But that's part of it's an unfortunate situation, guys, because to me, the Danny Briere, I know that doesn't reflect the person that I've gotten to know. So.
Yeah, and he didn't do it. He's a great guy, and
He
I'm
is.
sure his son is a good guy. We all do dumb things.
I mean,
but to that point, and we were just talking about this yesterday, Preston, about how we have the show, we have the thing that exists here every morning. And then out in the community, how are you with other people? Because your life, whether you like it or not, is an extension of your job every day, and you're interacting with people and how you conduct yourself and how family members conduct themselves, whether they like it or not, they get caught up in it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not Martin Sheen, so he doesn't have to deal with that anymore.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what I said about on the air was along the lines of, you try to say to the public, look, he's being a dumb kid. He did something really stupid, and he apologized. And then you turn around to the kid and go, why are you being such a dumb kid?
Yeah.
What did you do? You know what I mean? It's just a tough position.
Yeah, and
to
he's an older college kid too. So when there's Case, I say this, when alcohol is involved in situations like that, no matter how old you are. I have done dumb stuff in my 30s. I no longer do dumb stuff, but it's happened because I've been influenced by the wrong side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. It exacerbates the issue.
Yes.
But when he finally gets his diploma when he's 30, he will be very...
He should be well on his way.
Wow. But you know what? It's stuff like that. When that story popped up, we were just like, oh, no, that's...
Makes you cringe.
I mean, they're already having a difficult season. Yeah. Danny's been put in a temporary position in the GM slot.
It was his first week on the job.
I know.
2 days.
Yeah. They were like,
It just sucks.
No, man.
Yeah.
But,
You
sometimes...
could have said, I don't know that kid. I am unaware.
But sometimes when it rains, it pours, as they say. But I also wanted to ask you, Chris came in, and when he walked in the studio, Casey had asked him if he had a haircut, and he said no. And we started talking about hair. I asked him if he ever had a mullet, and you said, oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, famous mullet, but none better than.
We agreed Jaromir Jagr had the greatest mullet in NHL history.
He had the greatest mullet. I mean, he'd been working on that thing since he was like 6.
Right.
He was like, I'm going to be a star in that league someday, and I'm going to start my mullet right now.
So I saw this article, Chris, where he's still playing. He's running this league in the Czech Republic. He's 51 years old. I always thought it was a mistake that the Flyers let him go. They he was only here for a season, and then they offered him a contract that wasn't enough, and he ended up going elsewhere. He's definitely a leader. He was the first one in the gym. But then you said you had a Jagr story.
Yeah, it was actually, so I covered him. I covered him as I played, but I also, when I was broadcasting, he was there for the year that I do radio. And he'd sometimes run stuff by me just as a former player because he maybe found it easier to talk. And some nights he'd be getting ready and I'd go down and do like get ready to do a radio interview. And I'd walk by him and I'd say, don't worry, kid. I'd say, I'm not out there tonight. And he'd just start laughing and stuff. He was a pretty good guy about it. We had fun. But
you could manhandle him a little bit?
Certainly I would say most people say I made a good household name in Philly playing against Jagr over the years. There was nights like we thought I'd have a bad I just never had a bad game against him. I was ready to go. He was a big guy.
Right.
And we used to team up. I wasn't one guy. I always tell people you have to have a good center, like a big center. We had Primo, Lindros, Desjardins. He just happened to be the right side, and I was the left defenseman, so it was a head-to-head, every game, and they're in the division with us.
Was there anybody in your career that that intimidated you? Not physically, but I mean by their skill of play, like a forward, like who was so good, like the greatest of the greats. Anybody, Gretzky
Well, I'd never been in more awe of anybody than when I was on the ice with Gretzky for the first time, and I think that happens with a lot of. I was literally like 7 years old watching him dominate, and here I am, like, I'm in the NHL playing against him. Yeah, surreal. I think anybody to tell you they weren't intimidated by something in pro sports would be lying to you. There's players, sure, going into games where you knew that either, they had abundance of toughness and fighters on the other team, and like a Bob Probert and Joe Kocur together in Detroit can scare anybody. But there were players that just had so much talent playing against them. You had to be prepared. Peter Forsberg, Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
I got Gretzky kind of at the end of his career. Jagr was another amazing talent. There was a lot of great players.
If you're a kid heading out on the ice now, I was watching the Oilers game the other night, and it went into overtime, and it was Connor McDavid and Draisaitl, and McDavid scored his 60th goal of the season. And I'm sitting there watching the game in awe. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be out on the ice against guys like that, especially in overtime when it's 3-on-3.
He's just so much faster than everybody else, and he just makes amazing plays. And, he's a generational talent that probably followed Crosby in terms of where it was. And Crosby's done his job, his part. It looks like, I don't know if they won last night, but they were kind of in a real battle, too, for 8th. So that could be a kind of a changing of the guard. But they've been great.
So I would imagine that if you're going up against someone who has, who's got the skills, you're just like awestruck. There's a little bit of comfort to the professionalism of that kind of player. I would think the player you might be, as you were saying, more leery of is the one who's trying to make a name for themselves. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And is more of a wild card.
There is a lot of different type of guys I think we played that we don't see as much anymore. There were guys, I don't think anybody was truly afraid of the actual fighters because they were lined up. There's always like kind of a matchup for both sides.
Right.
But it was a guy that would just like maybe randomly want to cross-check you in the mouth for no good reason at all.
Yeah.
And they're the kind of guys that you're like, maybe you want to watch out for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the stuff. But that didn't happen a lot. That's how the players, I think, policed themselves a little bit more back in that day. The game is now more of a skilled focus.
Right.
And we get to see a lot of that on display. The Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, which is a feeder league to the NHL and the American League, they're getting rid of fighting completely.
Really?
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting, and it'll be interesting to see how that.
It's reduced dramatically.
It is,
but it's still.
What's their plan to handle if you do fight?
That's a really really
automatic game suspensions, or
I think it might be more than that.
Oh.
I think Quebec's been teetering around it for a while because they had the half shields and I think they had full shields for a while. It's just the culture of the game's changed. There's guys I used to play that were, they were professional fighters playing in the NHL.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm involved in a thing now, a broadcaster for a group called Ice Wars. It's all it is hockey fights. We've had 2 pay-per-views. Wow. It's insane. But talking to these guys, none of them were NHL caliber guys, but they there's a culture behind the fighting, and they love it.
Yeah.
And they're best friends, all of them. And I'm like, what, great to call it. Like, it's fun to watch. But man,
well, maybe some on-ice therapy immediately after,
So are you lacing up the skates a week from tomorrow with Prop and Headstrong Foundation?
Headstrong Foundation. So I have a little bit of a groin issue. I'm not going to lie. And I'm.
It's too huge, right?
I was told that it could be worse. So what I'm going to do, because I love Proper and I've been invited to this, and I love doing these charity things. I'm going to try to get out there. But if you're expecting. Well, it's not like you expect me to get much faster anyway. It's, I may hobble around out there, guys, just for charity. But it's a great thing. It's at Aston. It's at noon at the Iceworks Arena at noon, and there's some other guys come out. Brian Prop's doing it. Riley Cote, Doug Crossman, amongst others. So
those good guys.
Yeah, some really good guys.
I want to ask Chris. Casey and I were talking last week. We went down to spring training with the Phils, and we were talking to a guy who had worked his way up and is working his way up in the minors in Delaware County, and about the elite nature of getting to the professional level, to the top level of any sport, whether it be basketball, football, hockey. The amount of talent you need to make it all the way that far is so. The amount of people that try versus the amount of people who make it is incredible. And when you get to that level, and I'm going to use this as an example, you have to be firing on all cylinders all the time. And we just had Reese Hoskins had this ACL issue. He's going to have surgery. Yeah. He's going to have maybe a season-ending thing. And I would think that if you're at that level, you're teetering right on the edge of pushing your body as far as it possibly can, and an injury, that's got to be a complete fear of yours. That this is can I come back and perform the way I used to?
Yeah, especially when you played a few years, right? Because that crawls in. So, and as you get older, it's harder to come back. So, yeah, I mean, there's a real, there's such a drive and such a focus in the athletes. It's something that I talk about a lot, and what I'm doing now is, what is the cost of that? What did that put me? I've talked about my alcohol use disorder and what that means. But when you get an injury and the pressures come about, no matter how much you're making or whatever your contract is, there's still that the part of the personal satisfaction, the fulfillment of yourself. So there's one thing getting there. It's another thing staying there. Yeah. I mean, a lot of guys get the 1 game or 2 game stints, but it's then building a career and staying in that spot so long. And there's mounted added pressures in that. And that's. I didn't want to shift the gears over to it, but that for me, that's something that I'm really, really trying to exact in athletes and getting out there, talking to different communities about, pressures, things that onuses we put on ourselves, and what that does to us and what that can do to it, and what that journey of professional hockey, the great things that happen to it, what price did I pay for that through that journey? Yeah. And so, that was addiction. That was drinking. And now, outside of the little bit of hockey stuff I do, that is all I do in this area is I try to help people struggling with addiction.
Real quick, do you think that took any years off of your career?
Absolutely.
How many do you think if you had to?
I mean, I could skate. I was big. I mean, probably 4 or 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I could have kept playing at the way that league was going. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think so initially. And then there's other people that said, well, when someone drank, does that change the way you play? It's really interesting to look at both sides of it, because I heard Keith Jones saying, I think drinking impacted guys that played, and he said, you know what? It might actually, you don't know. It might have helped guys. You just it's weird. The NHL was a different type of thing. It was more of a drinking league at one time, and then they went through like everyone else the pills in the late 90s and the early 2000s.
Yeah,
and I don't really want to get into the future, but let's just say one thing. I know one thing. Every single professional sports league has an addiction issue of some kind, not on a grand scale.
Right.
Yeah. But it's there, and it always will be, and there's always going to be somebody who's going to have to be there to step up for them.
I think about this a lot, especially when kids enter the league, and they really are. They can be 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, and they are thrust into fame. These are interesting problems to have, right? And people look at them and they think, oh my God, as a professional athlete, why should we feel sorry for this person? But they have issues that they have to deal with at a very young age, including drugs and alcohol, including how to manage their money, including glamorous-on and all sorts of things. Do you talk specifically to younger players as they're entering the league?
I talk to kids with education stuff. I mean, I've done a ton in this area, and I never thought 3 years ago when I got out of hockey officially from the broadcasting that this would be where I'm at today in the addiction and recovery community in Philadelphia. I mean, it's been an unbelievable journey, and I've met some incredible people. And every time I have a chance to talk to somebody to try to make a difference in their lives, it's impactful to me. Knowing that I'm doing it. Yeah, a lot of young people to me is a huge education part of it. But there's so many companies now. There's so many people struggling with addiction, struggling with mental health. That's another part of this that I think people just have to understand that to lose the stigma of it is the biggest thing right now, because there's a lot of people dealing with a lot of stuff, and that's the part you said too. You don't know. Yeah. You just don't know. Nobody would have known that I had to drink at times to get through the day.
Right.
Just to physically get through the day. Makes me sick to think like that's how it used to be. But I also try to let people know that if you're feeling like that, there is a way out of it.
Yeah. Excellent. And you're doing the right thing by, like you said, ending the stigma, getting it out there, saying that we're, normal people, regular people who feel like they're superheroes even have these problems.
And that's why I used a play on my name. It's still in development, but I created a site called Bundy Recovery. And really that will, when we go live with that, it'll give people a lot easier access to be able to reach out to me on a platform. And when I get phone calls, guys, random text sometimes, I call every single person back and share a part of a story.
You're paying it forward.
Yeah, to get them into treatment. There's Philadelphia's amazing treatment centers. I'm part of a lot of them, but that's what I do now, and something I'm probably most proud of in my life.
Excellent. All right. Are you going to be at the charity this weekend?
Absolutely. I will be representing Snow the Goalie, our podcast, which is, and we're going to be doing some interviews. We apparently might even have Valerie Camillo join us. He's president of the Flyers. That's been a great experience, guys. The building itself, just put the team aside, just some nights where it hasn't been great. The building experience down at the Wells Fargo Center from the business, they have really gotten back to the past. I love going down to games, and I've enjoyed every single time I've been down there.
It's great. We're going to be down there.
Yep.
And if you want to reach out to Chris, you can do it at bundyrecovery@christherien.com.
Yep.
And you can reach out to him. So, yeah, this Sunday at 11 a.m. is when this starts at the Flyers Charities Carnival. Tickets available at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. And I would like to give away right now a pair of tickets to join us, the Preston and Steve Show, next Tuesday in a suite at the Flyers game for Pearl Jam night.
Nice. Awesome.
And we got to take caller 10, right? It's a 10 club. Yeah. All right, 215-263-WMMR. We will set you up, and we'll have more of those to give away later on and next week. Chris Therien, thank you for being here,
guys. Thanks so much, guys.
It is great
You're
to
the
see you.
best.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment, and Arlingan Mitra will be joining us at Punchline this weekend. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. Which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the Golden Sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Wow. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Right. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh, my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single... before I had a chance to finish every single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard. Steph was doing flashcards.
Everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard. I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next question.
Is there a deduction?
No. If you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice.
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man. They are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is for 5 points!
Wow! Those index cards paying off!
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that
it.
name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
Yeah.
it's exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
Looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put
might
a
as well.
guess in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Is the champion?
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4? All right.
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God! It's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the. If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Would you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. You told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
The falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says Monkey Heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the Monkey Heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox, I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Performing at Punchline Philly tonight and tomorrow. Our next guest will be having shows at 7:30 and 9:45 each evening. You can go to punchlinephilly.com to get tickets for Aling and Mitra, who is here with us this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I didn't expect the applause.
You get the full treatment here, yeah.
You're used to that. You're
Just not in a room. Yeah.
Not in a casual conversation with just a small group of people.
Did I read you're from Worcester, Massachusetts?
Yeah, I grew up in Worcester, Central Mass. Yes.
Okay, never been there. I've only been to Boston on a couple of occasions, but you went to Harvard as well, so you're
a lot of Massachusetts roots. Yeah, I feel like people go to Worcester, but it's the stories they tell me normally aren't good. When they're like, "Oh, I've been to Worcester," and then it's like, "I got beat up at the Palladium."
But you're proud of your Worcester.
Sure. Yeah, it's like family. You don't mind if like people from Worcester make fun of Worcester. It's like when people from outside of Worcester make fun
I
of
get that. Is Conan O'Brien from who's from Worcester?
Conan has roots in Worcester as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the Harvard thing.
Yes.
Okay, so you went to academies growing up, and you end up in Harvard. And the Harvard Lampoon has always been something I've been fascinated with.
Mm-hmm.
And Conan wrote, for the Harvard Lampoon as well.
Yeah.
So and you have a great pedigree of writers. Are a lot of the people there directly focused in on becoming comedy writers, or can you just simply be attending the school for another major without any designs on entertainment and be a part of that?
No. I mean, most of the people who go
would have to be, right?
Well, most of the people who go there are doing comedy writing as kind of a fun thing, as a hobby, and that's what it's just a club basically. But what you find out is that a lot of people who are a part of the club end up writing for TV, end up doing comedy professionally, and so you kind of start getting into the system a little bit.
It's sort of a weird dynamic because there are shows that will look to cull writers from the Harvard Lampoon.
Yes,
and yet, and I always wondered, would somebody go to the great lengths of becoming a Harvard student simply to gain access to the Lampoon?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? I was so naive. I had no idea that there was even the Harvard Lampoon existed. My roommate, who was his parents went to Harvard. He went and he was like, I'm getting on the Lampoon. I'm gonna try to pursue writing.
Wow.
He was much, and he ended up writing for Family Guy. He ended up being a very successful comedy writer. Yeah.
So did you know? Going in there that you were like major wise? Did you know where you were going and you were going to be on that side of things, or did you go in like, oh, I'm going to be a doctor? Or...
Yeah, no, I wish I had a little bit more sense of what I was doing when I was in college. Basically, when I was in high school, I used to study a lot, and I was like, all right, it'll be good to get into a good college. Then when I got into college, I was like, I think I did it already. So.
Were you psychology and economics?
I studied psychology and economics. Yeah.
And so was that a double major or a major and a minor?
It was a major in psychology, minor in economics.
Okay,
All right,
that's a load of studying, especially at Harvard.
Yeah. I mean, people. The hard part is getting in a lot of the time, and then once you're in, you got to study, but it's not as rigorous as I think people think it is.
Is that the big secret? Is that it's actually really easy?
Don't tell any. Well, I guess I'm telling everybody, but yeah,
it's college, and college
it's
has
still college. Yeah,
has workloads, and you have to do your work and show up to class and all that. What other did you apply to any other Ivy League schools?
No, I didn't. But that's not me being cocky. I just applied early. I got in early, and then
is that the only one you applied to?
Yeah, so at the time, you could only really apply early to one school. And so I applied early to Harvard. I got in.
And you're in Worcester, so you're right there.
And then I was right there.
Yeah.
I was thinking about applying to others. Again, once I got in, I became I became very lazy, so I just stopped doing
Senioritis.
it. Yeah.
Senioritis is like totally normal, and
But then that senioritis is carried through to college as well.
It's just you're driving your life. But and reading some interviews with you, and you weren't like aggressive. I got to take the stage and it's in my blood. You just kind of got exposed to it and started to like it and build it sort of, incrementally. Would that be a correct assessment?
Yeah, I think that's right. I was doing basically out of college. I was doing kind of consulting stuff that wasn't very fulfilling, but I always had like this interest in stand-up, so I just started doing open mics in the scene just to kind of get that creative outlet. And then the momentum just picked up.
Where's your favorite place to find humor in the world, and not physically, but you know what I mean?
In the world,
Yeah,
what would I draw?
How do I explain
What
this?
drives your comedy? Because you do observation, you do some political.
Yeah. It kind of runs a spectrum. I've got like political, observational, cultural stuff. I think the stuff that I enjoy doing is the stuff that is a little bit uncomfortable for people, but becomes palatable as you're doing it. That's like the sweet spot, but it's a tricky kind of tightrope.
Well, you don't want to disenfranchise an audience, but you also wrote for The Daily Show.
Yes.
And The Daily Show kind of specializes in a little bit of that.
Yeah, I think. Well, sometimes I feel like Daily Show can also it's pretty left leaning, so you are a little bit of preaching to the choir. Like I don't think they're taking on like right talking points that much.
Right, that's for sure. But it is interesting. I want to ask you because, and this is going to seem rather superficial, but pictures of you, in the, earlier on in your career, you had sort of a button down, sort of comedic look. And when did the hair? You have longer hair now. Yeah. Was that a statement? Was that laziness, as you spoke of before? Or?
It was a little bit of the pandemic.
Okay.
Where I just wasn't gonna get a haircut at the time, and then it just kept growing out, and now it is what it is. I was gonna basically there's a charity, Locks for Love, where you can do.
Kathy does
do an event.
Kathy Scott's.
Yeah, we donate to Wigs for Kids. It's similar.
It's actually a better charity than Locks for Love.
Okay.
If you're looking into doing it.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was a. I will. I'll follow up with
talk
you
offline.
Then. Yeah, no, because basically I was going to do Locks for Love, and then somebody told me that like they had some requirements and that they had paused or whatever it was. So then I didn't even know what I was doing anymore. I just have kept growing it out since.
All right, I'm committed now.
I have relatively long hair. It's probably the longest I've had it in my life, and it's totally pandemic related.
Pandemic, right?
Yeah, and it was just the fear of going to the barber's shop initially, and then just laziness post that.
Yeah. Plus, you were hidden during the time where there's like a middle stage where you should get it cut.
Yes.
And during the pandemic, it was hidden.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
In December of 2020, I was in that terrible middle stage, and it looked awful, but you didn't have to see that many people.
Yeah, I had a mullet for a good chunk of the pandemic where I was just in a basement. So
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I have to go through that. By the way, not only long hair, I was looking at a picture of you here just a second ago. You have a long tongue, too. Is that a pandemic thing as well?
Yeah, they grew out during the
pandemic.
Everything grew out during the
No, but
pandemic.
there was a picture of you sticking your tongue, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
And I should have worked on my penis.
I didn't know that until I posted it and people commented that, and I didn't know that that's unusual. Like I guess I don't stick my tongue out that often
guess
in
not.
pictures. Yeah. But
Wait, the same thing happened to me. I thought everybody could touch their nose with their tongue, and then someone was like, "No, I can't even come close to doing that." I'm like, "Oh, you can?"
Yeah, it's like a superpower now.
You're gifted. So your parents tax and financial consulting?
Yeah. My dad came to the country as a scientist, but then became a tax consultant.
Well, that's got to be good to have your the guy watching your money is I assume he's your accountant.
He's my accountant. Yeah.
Or else he'd be pissed off.
Right.
But do they have when you? So we're always fascinated by this as well. When you have something, you were saying at your job initially, and you were working within their company, that you were the sort of button-down one, and they were the ones tearing it up and having fun.
Yeah. I think like I'm normally not like in the family circle. I'm the quiet one. Like when I started doing stand-up, people were surprised that I even speak. It was not even that I'm funny. It was that I speak.
Was it a tough sell to them, or were they all if they have sort of a good sense of humor? Was it okay to give that a shot, or did you have to really make a case for doing it?
I got lucky. My parents are from India, and I think generally if you have Indian parents, they're not going to be supportive of you pursuing something artistic. But my dad in particular wanted to pursue something artistic growing up, couldn't because he's from India.
Right.
And so when he came to the country, he was like, if you want to pursue something that's artistic, that's the reason we came here, so you could pursue some other things.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I got very lucky that way.
Good for you.
Are you naturally an introvert and then can be an extrovert on stage?
I don't think so. I think I'm around like 2 people, I'm extroverted, and then once you get to like 4 people, I'm not. But then once you get to like 50 people, I am again. So it's a weird. Yeah.
Does your stand-up make your parents laugh? Do they get a kick out of it?
I think so. I think they're just blown away at seeing me perform that they don't even process the jokes at the time. They're like, "Oh, this is my son on stage." Like it's just very bizarre to them.
The shut-in.
Yeah. So.
It's funny. Yeah, sometimes it can catch you off guard with that.
Right.
So I wanted to ask you, and I always ask because we had the Oscars, the movie RRR, and you speak about being Indian, and Bollywood, and there is a huge now appreciation in the United States for. It's always existed at some level or another, but now it's kind of off the charts due to that movie in per se. And yet I saw an article that said within India, they're not as crazy jazzed for and I don't know if that's accurate. Do you think that's accurate or inaccurate that at home it's not as revered as it is in other countries?
I think the difference is we don't have as much here. So anything that comes out that kind of hits, we have to be kind of like, oh, this is awesome about. And so like you can't really, like if you are critical of something and it has like a lot of like South Asian people in it, if you're South Asian, you seem kind of like traitorous. Whereas if everything around you is South Asian, then you're not really commenting on it being South Asian. You're just commenting it as a work of art.
I see what you're saying.
So
yeah.
I think there's an element of that. But Bollywood, I mean, it is huge, even within India. Yeah.
It's amazing what comes out of there. And if you do like years before that, I got turned on to the Hong Kong cinema and Ringo Lam and Jackie Chan, and to check out other movies and other cultures generating pretty kick-ass genre stuff. I mean, there's just off the charts productions coming out of India. It's just amazing.
Does acting hold any appeal to you?
I would if I was good at it. every time I go in for a role or something like that, I feel like the people on the other side of it are like, "How dare you?"
You know what I feel like we need better acting is when you have a movie that was created somewhere else in another country, because I see it on like Netflix all the time. Is when they dub it over. The acting in the dub over is not as good.
We need better dub actors.
And I was like, I might be able to do this. I might be able to be a dub actor.
I'll tell you when you get where there's a movie where it happened where they were able to nail it because I think the actors were bilingual. Das Boot, Wolfgang Petersen's submarine movie. But I always prefer the subtitles.
I think I do too. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really gone in the dub route.
I was her. Yeah, it's with sub over dub or
Yeah,
the problem is I don't read too fast.
I'm not a particularly.
I don't read so good.
I'm not such a good. I don't read no good.
So, by the way, my daughter is going on a college tour in Worcester in like just a couple of weeks. So she's checking out Holy Cross.
Sure.
And
Can she mention you?
Yeah.
Drop my name, they won't let her in.
Reference.
And Clark as well.
Yes. Worcester's a big college town. Holy Cross is beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they have? She's into the arts and stuff like that. I don't know if they have good arts programs there.
I don't know. Yeah.
So Harvard is known for like the writers, comedy writers come from Harvard, and then Yale is more like on the theatrical side, right?
Yeah, Yale has, I think, a theater school. Like people go to graduate school for theater there, and they just have a great program. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I went to Harvard, by the way.
Ah,
yeah,
twice.
Twice.
The gift shop.
I got a sweatshirt that paid for itself a day later.
Hey,
Yeah,
to that point, is that if you've actually gone to Harvard, is that like stolen valor when someone
when somebody says they went there,
or just wears the jersey?
Oh, and they're walking around with a shirt. I don't care. You wear the shirt.
Casey he got something out of it.
Yeah, so the sweatshirt I think cost $49.
Okay.
And then the very next day I had to we were flying home, our flight got canceled, so I had to go down to the rental car place. And there was a guy who was standing behind in line who saw my Harvard sweatshirt and gave me his corporate code.
Oh my God!
For the rent-a-car, saved me $100 on my rent-a-car, and the sweatshirt paid for itself.
What did he think was going to happen?
He thought he was helping out a fellow alone.
So the funny thing is he and I were both
went to Harvard.
He and I were both wearing yellow sneakers, and I go, is this because we're both wearing yellow? He goes, no, I went to Harvard too. And I was like, oh yeah, I think we had lunch together.
When he offered you that, you were actually playing with mud, which was
bottom of a stick. Yeah.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
Oh man. Well, listen, Lincoln, have you played the Philly crowd before?
Yeah. So
Okay.
we had one show last night, and actually I was here, end of 2020 as well. But that's when like one of the variants hit, so the shows were basically like nobody was able to come out at that point.
All right. Well, you should have a nice crowd this weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent. So, by the way, Lincoln is going to be performing at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. There are 2 shows each night, 7:30 and 9:45, and you can get tickets at punchlinephilly.com. Have a great rest of the time here in Philadelphia. And
Thanks
for coming by this
Of course. No, thank you guys. It's a pleasure.
It's here for Lincoln Meets on the Preston and Steve Show. We'll take a break and we'll come right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Track. We'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on, Kathy. Come on, jump in, Kathy. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're part of
What?
this.
No, that's a good chant. Vito Spatafor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double Dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it out right.
Yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double Dutch.
Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Double dutch.
No.
Double dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it,
Of
yeah.
course.
You don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there. But
Yeah.
Come on.
I live in the wild, and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
He just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile thing.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back. Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and
that's right.
Steve. Then
For just like a few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show. Yeah. We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're gonna sample
I'm
it.
so
a little
sorry
bit.
you made
No,
one
I
for
need
me.
it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night, he took a crack at it, and everyone's going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No, I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
were you
popular
studying?
high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or?
It's hard.
It wasn't so much it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of archecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, yeah, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'll be really interesting. My God, was it hard.
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
it was
had to bail
like.
on that. No
That's exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur
background.
wrestling.
Yeah.
background,
How did
exactly.
you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, as a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good, too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through, the WWE, and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off.
No. Right. But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers, The Rock,
Undertaker.
Sure. But you also, you have your, would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or...
You can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig.
A showstopper.
But he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that, and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers, are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily a la Dwayne Johnson into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it, so a film career in your future could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE and this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to like an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy working.
Sure,
and, can make them a profit or get them noticed and merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need to.
When did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But that, did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. It wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. but just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was Mom and Dad's reaction when
From architect.
From architect?
What do you mean?
engineer? Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
WMMR.
Still have your chance to win. Not yet. Universal Orlando Resorts, the trip. I'm hanging on to it for just a little bit longer because we have a few other things to give away and because Kathy demanded that we play this game.
Yeah.
Oh, God, what do we
Kathy,
playing?
guess what Kathy wants?
We are going to play yes or no.
I wish I could curse right now.
Don't we have an
Worst
intro
game
for this?
ever.
Yeah, we do.
I think we used to have like an intro for this. So 215-263-WMMR. And listen, we got good stuff to give away today for yes or no.
Hey, are we allowing a phone a friend on this one or no?
Wow. It is going to be too difficult to patch that in. But listen, we've got within the yes or no Stacko prizes. We have some Adam Sandler tickets. What?
It has its own stack of prizes?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Stacko prizes.
That's cool.
We have some Adam Sandler tickets in there.
Oh.
All right.
Which that show is going to be Friday, April 14th at Wells Fargo Center. So that is awesome. We also have some beer, Juiced to Jupiter Tangerine IPA. That's from Fatheads. We have, we have a pair of passes to join the Preston and Steve show in the Flyers suite next Tuesday.
Nice.
And we also have tickets to Stavros Hilkes.
Yeah.
Stavros Hilkes, comedian, who's going to be at the Met on November 4th, and tickets just went on sale this morning. Actually, they go on sale in about 15 minutes.
We're extraordinarily good, but you need to kind of you need to make people work for it. That's why this contest we're going to play
It's
is.
just weird that you guys still think it's funny.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I know.
You know what I mean? Shut up.
Well, listen,
I don't
we have to
necessarily-
use this as a barometer because there's a very narrow thing that you exist in, and it might be a little too myopic. Children falling down and and saying things simultaneously.
Yeah.
Right.
Kathy, I don't know if it's funny or just fun, but we're just having fun.
It's neither, actually.
No, it's both.
I'll let you know this, and maybe Kathy doesn't want to hear this, but Milton Bradley's been coming to us.
Yeah.
No one's
They're interested.
And
so, did you find the intro?
yeah, we have the intro.
Okay, all right. Well, when we're ready to play, we'll do it. But what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say that Marissa got us now.
Yeah.
We actually have game pieces, and I can get rid of my coffee stained yes or no signs that I've been holding on to.
We used to write these down on a piece of paper. Now we have these paddles that have yes and no that we've handwritten on here. And I think the way this will work. Well, let me explain the contest.
Well, wait a second.
What?
Do you now see how legit this contest could be, Kathy?
No.
Oh.
Worst thing ever.
Now, we only have, I think, 9 prizes. We don't have a whole lot. So we're going to go through these quickly, which is fine because it's already 9:45
Well, we'll
on a
milk
Friday morning. So let's hit the big intro and begin this thing. Here we go.
It's time once again to play Yes or No. Yes or No. 2 answers as old as time itself. A game primal and raw. Simple and to the chase. 2 options. 2 answers. Big prizes. Or sometimes smaller, less impressive prizes. But always prizes of some sort. And now, for the game that is the perfect out when we really can't think of anything else to do. Yes or no. And now, here's your host, Preston Elliott.
Thank you, Max. I appreciate that. Our voice man, Max. And the way this works, it's simple. We have, like Casey had said, we have these paddles that we're holding up now. We'll hold up what we want you to try to guess. Now, you won't be able to see it on our cameras. There's a little bit of a delay, so you won't be able to cheat that way. But we'll get you on the phone line, and I think we should hold it up facing away so the rest of the
Right. So
air staff
the answer
can
that's
see.
facing forward to everyone else is your answer. You can't see this, but Kathy just wrote on her board. She wrote, "Steve, I don't want the others to know, but I adore this game."
Oh, that was sweet of you. All right, so easy. You just guess yes or no per person what they're holding up. And if you get it correct, you win the prize. If not, you don't win the prize. That's how we play this game.
And do we have a home version of this game?
We're working. Milton Bradley is working on that. 215-263-WMMR is the number. So let's start this off. And like I said, we only have a few of these to give away. We will go to Willie first. And why don't we have Casey start?
Yes.
Does that sound all right? All right, so Willie, good morning.
Trout.
Thank you for that, Willie. All right, Casey, take it away.
All right, Willie. Simple question. Yes or no?
Yes.
That is correct.
Well played.
Is correct. Casey, what is he going to get?
Oh, Willie, I am so happy to hook you up with a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler live. It's going to be Friday, April 14th at the Wells Fargo Center with special guest. We don't know who that special guest is, but tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Details at WMMR.com.
How about that, Will?
Woo, thank you.
All right, hang on the line. By the way, if you're holding it up, make sure you indicate whether they get it right or not.
Yes,
Okay, we'll let you guys handle that, each person. So next caller is going to be for Christy, or Christy is going to play with Steve. Hi, Christy. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Christy, you're going to play with Steve, and I'm going to send it over to him to get this started.
All right, Christy. The question's simple. Is it yes or no?
No.
It's yes.
Incorrect, Christy. Sorry about that.
Damn it.
You got it wrong. And now everybody's favorite contestant or
Our little
player.
ray of sunshine.
Yeah, over there. Paul, you get to play with Kathy.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, are you ready, Paul?
You're going to win.
Oh my God, you can pick yes or no, Paul. Ready?
Hold on. No, you got to hold it up.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Come
we have to
on,
see.
play for real.
Okay.
All right.
She sounds like a no person.
Did you say no?
I said no.
The answer was yes. This game is.
Oh, I
stupid.
see it.
Sorry, bud.
Oh, I see it.
He's watching it on YouTube.
That's smart.
Sorry, man. Wait, can they see it live at the same time?
It's pretty close.
Oh, then we can't do that.
All right, so
Yeah, we
hold them
can't-
down.
Okay. All
and
right.
then raise them at the point. So, and then Kathy you can see all her. She's going to use the C word in the next answer.
Okay. All right, we'll go to our next caller. It's Doug. Hey, Doug. Doug, it's everybody's favorite game, yes or no, and you get to play with Nick, okay?
All right.
Now, Nick is a serious player.
Yeah. Doug, have you been studying?
Oh, I have.
All right. All right. You ready?
I'm ready.
Doug, yes or no?
Nick, I'm going with yes.
And Doug is right. Way to go, buddy.
That could have gone either way.
I know.
It really could have.
Doug's a winner.
Nice. A winner.
Right.
Doug, you are going to see Stavros Halkias. It's going to be Saturday, November 4th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale today in about 12 minutes via Ticketmaster.
All right, very good. Hang on.
Now we go to the GOAT, Preston. You.
Casey, I need a better vibe. I know you'll put up all these music beds, but I don't like the tense music beds. Can we have something a little more jovial? That's perfect.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank
Or
you,
Katrina and the Waves.
All right, that's better.
Okay, I got
Walking
you.
on Sunshine. If they win, right?
Oh,
Walking on
okay.
Sunshine.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to what line is next? It's Mike.
All right.
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
All right, Mike. We're playing. I can't do it on this
Nah.
in my case. We are playing yes or no. And Mike, do me a favor and tell me, what am I holding? A yes or a no?
It's a tough one. I think it's yes.
And Mike is correct. There you go, Mike.
Whoa.
All right, Casey, what are we going to give Mr. Mike?
Mr. Mike, you have our final pair, well, for this week, our final pair of Flyers Suite tickets to join us for the first ever Flyers Pearl Jam night. It's going to be Tuesday, March 28th at the Wells Fargo Center, Philly. Pearl Jam's special relationship with the Philadelphia, or just Philadelphia continues. Every ticket purchased. This special ticket package page at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com includes a commemorative Flyers Pearl Jam Gritman Stickman t-shirt and access to the pregame tribute performance by the Ledbetters.
All right, beautiful. So we got Mike set up with tickets, and we move on to Casey for another round of yes or no. And I got James, who's going to play. Good morning, James.
How you doing? Good morning.
All right, you're going to play with Case, bud. Here we go.
All right, James, I'm pulling for you. Is it yes or is it no?
We're going to go with no.
Yes. That is correct.
These people are good.
Yes. All right, Case.
All right, you got a pair of tickets to see comedian Stavros Halkias Saturday, November 4th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale today at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
Maybe you love me, now maybe I should.
All right, how many prizes?
This is Bill's song, right?
It is.
Yes.
Yep. It keeps until something happens. And then he's not walking on sunshine anymore.
We have 6 prizes left.
All right, perfect. Let's go to Steve Morrison. And Steve, you will be playing with Jake. Good morning there, Jake.
I love you guys in a totally gay way.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
I love it. Okay, Jake. Simple question. Is it yes or no?
Feel the pressure. I'm going to go with yes.
You are right! Amazing.
That means you win, Jake. And here's what we got for you.
Jake, I'm going to hook you up with a case of beer, all right? You got a case of Juiced to Jupiter Tangerine IPA. That is new from Fatheads Brewery. Juiced to the max and packed with a punch of tangerine and citrus flavors and aromas. It's super juicy, out-of-this-world IPA that will keep you coming back for more.
All right, a few more prizes to go. Our next contestant is Sammy. So let's get him on the line. Hi, Sammy. Good morning.
Los locos kick your ass.
Los locos kick your face.
Los locos kick your balls into outer space.
Well done.
Thank you for creating a single.
I'm predicting good things.
All right.
I think Sammy knows. Sammy, you obviously, I hope you have a strategy for this game. It sounds like you know what's going on.
I think I do.
All right. Well, you get to play with Kathy O'Joy.
Yay.
Yeah.
Kathy is the John McEnroe of this game.
Yeah.
She shows tantrums, but she's also an excellent player.
They forced me to play this stupid game. Okay, Sammy. Yes.
Oh, you're having fun.
Yeah, that's great. Yes or no?
No.
Yes, that's right.
That is correct. Yes.
Oh, Kathy's on board now.
Yeah.
She's loving this game.
Just
Just
me.
forcing me to play doesn't mean I'm on board.
All right, Sammy, hang on the line.
Sammy, you got a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler live Friday, April 14th at the Wells Fargo Center with special guests. We don't know who that guest is, but they are special, and tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com, and all the details can be found at WMMR.com.
What if that special guest was Katrina and the Waves?
What? Oh, my
great.
God. Wouldn't that be
amazing.
perfect? All right. We're going to go back to the phones and get another call on the line. Nick gets to play this time with Jordan. Hi there, Jordan.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
All right, Jordan, you and Nick. Here we go.
Jordan, you
Hi,
ready?
Grandma.
Yeah.
All right. What's it going to be, boy? Yes
Yes.
or no?
Yes.
He says
He's
yes.
right! Way to go, Jordan.
What's Jordan getting?
Jordan, you got our final pair of tickets to see comedian Stavros Halkias. That's Saturday, November 4th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale today at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
All right, I think left is beer.
That's it. We just got some brewskis.
Just beer. All right.
Three cases of beer.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll get. I get to go next, and we're going to play with Josh. Hey, Josh. Good morning.
Hey, how's it hanging?
2 inches from the floor. All right. Here we go. All right, Josh. Do me a favor. Tell me yes or no.
Let's go YES.
N-O.
Oh, listen, you played it well.
Incorrect.
It really was close.
So close.
It could have gone either way.
It was only the exact opposite
I think
of that.
it's like a
Sorry.
60-40 chance.
All right, we'll go next. We'll go next to Sean, who gets to play with Casey. Hey, Sean.
Dorton.
Dorton.
Yeah.
Dorton indeed.
Dorton says it all. When you said Dorton, you said it all.
Yep.
All right, Casey, you ready to play?
Yes. Sean. Yes or no?
No.
Oh, God damn it.
Sorry. He held a yes up. That's incorrect. Sorry, buddy. We got to let you go. Oh, man. I was hoping we get rid of all this stuff before we got around to Kathy again. All right, let's go to...
He's trying to burn it up before we get to
CJ.
Kathy.
I know. She's definitely going to be playing. Hi, CJ. Good morning.
I love that.
Very high pitched. All right, you get to play with Steve. Here we go.
All right. CJ, yes or no?
I'm going to say no.
No, sorry.
It's yes. Sorry.
Yes. 3 in a row.
I know they were on fire before.
All right, we'll go to Greg next. Hey, Greg.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what?
Oh.
Wait, hang on. What was that?
Oh, I got to turn this down because now we have something for Greg.
Okay.
Yes, Greg.
Oh. We have a new name clip.
Yep.
Greg, you get to play with Kathy.
Awesome.
All right, Greg, what's your answer?
I'm going to go with yes.
That is correct.
We got a winner.
Look at this. The one who hates the game the most is the best player.
Yep. All right, Greg, hang on. Got some Bezos for you.
All right, yes, we have a case of Juice to Jupiter Tangerine IPA, new from Fatheads Brewery, juiced to the max and packed with a punch of tangerine and citrus flavors and aromas. It's a super juicy, out of this world IPA that will keep you coming back for more.
All right, we will go to another caller. Nick gets to play with Jonathan. Hey there, Jonathan. Gadzooks.
All right, Jonathan, are you ready?
Yeah.
Have you been following along with all the other people who are playing?
Yeah.
All right. Jonathan, yes or no?
I am going to go with no.
He is right. Way to go, buddy.
Hang on, pal. Here we go.
You got a case of Juice to Jupiter Tangerine IPA, new from Fatheads Brewery, juiced to the max and packed with a punch of tangerine and citrus flavors and aromas. It is a super juicy, out of this world IPA that'll keep you coming back for more.
I want to open a brewery called Hathead now.
Hathead. I like that.
All right.
And they also sell hats.
All right, let's go next to Mark. This could be the last one. We'll see. Mark, you and I get to play. Good morning, buddy.
Morning.
All right, Mark, we're playing yes or no. Do we need to explain the rules to you?
No, not at all.
You think you got it? Okay. Do me a favor, buddy. Mark, what'd you... hold on. What'd you say?
Yes.
Oh, he's already answered.
Sorry, I already answered. Unfortunately, it was a no.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Mark.
You were going to give him some tips on how to play.
I was going to lead him the right direction, but you know. All right. Let's get, we still have one prize left, and that's it. We'll go to Jesse.
Hey, Jesse.
Good morning.
Play. Wait, one more time, Casey.
Okay.
Let's go to Jesse.
Hey, Jesse.
All right, Jesse, you're on with Casey.
Jesse,
Yes.
is it yesy or no-y?
I'm going to say maybe.
Shut up.
That's good. That's not even an answer. So the answer would be you're wrong. You got to pick yes or no.
No.
Oh, God damn it.
We play this game straight, man.
But I don't understand why anyone is losing. Like, why are you making them lose?
Because we're playing legit.
Oh, my
We're
God.
not rigging it.
We're not rigging
Give
it
away
like...
the prizes.
We're just too legit to quit, Kat.
That's it.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Mr. MC Hammer.
We'll go to Nancy next. Nancy and Steve. Hi, Nancy. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Nancy, you and Steve. Here
Nancy,
we go.
you can do this, all right? Is it yes or no?
Yes.
Nancy, hang on. Here's what we have for you.
We got a case of Juice to Jupiter Tangerine IPA, new from Fatheads Brewery, juiced to the max and packed with a punch of tangerine, citrus flavors, and aromas. It's super juicy, out of this world IPA that's going to keep you coming back for more.
All right, and we've done it, yes, successfully. Gave away everything we needed to give away for yes or no.
I like our paddles.
The crowd loves it. I love our paddles. This is a new feature.
Kathy's
of the
writing more profane stuff.
yes or no game. All right. Now is the time. I'm going to do this right
Do
now.
it.
You are?
While we're doing the bizarre file, we need to get a winner for the trip to Universal Orlando Resorts. And here's what I would like you to do. I would like you to call 215-263-WMMR and be the 16th caller and correctly identify the answer to the clue from 8 a.m. this morning, and you could win a trip for two to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit. So again, what caller I say, 18?
I don't know.
Yeah. Connor.
I think so.
16. Sorry.
Yeah.
Caller 16.
They sound the same.
215. They're only two off.
The next game we play will be 18 or 16.
215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. We'll do the bizarre file while you're calling in.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone, got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. A young cow will have a new home at a New Jersey sanctuary after escaping from a slaughterhouse in New York.
We just had a story about sheep escaping.
Yep, and running loose through the streets of Brooklyn, though.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, Vincent Fontana.
Look at that horse.
What the hell's a horse doing
Look at that
around here?
stupid-looking horse.
Vincent.
What are you, an idiot?
Vincent Fontana, owner of Original Pizza, said the small black cow escaped from a vehicle just outside the nearby Saba Live Poultry Slaughterhouse in Brooklyn. Fontana said the people from the slaughterhouse, they were just trying to lasso it and get it in the trunk, but she was feisty. She didn't want to go. Original Pizza employees and members of the public joined in the chase, eventually wrangling the 4-month-old calf back into the truck. Mike Stura, who is the owner of Skylands Animal Sanctuary in New Jersey, contacted the slaughterhouse about giving the cow a new home. He said the slaughterhouse was initially resistant to the idea, but later agreed. He said, even slaughterhouse workers over the years that have given me animals, much bigger animals than this one, and have taken a much bigger financial hit, and have said to me that they're happy that the animal came with me.
I mean, it made it out of there. It avoided an utter catastrophe.
He said they're happy to see one live.
I was waiting on it there.
That was a happy ending in that particular story. In South Carolina, 3 Greenville County deputies have been disciplined following an investigation after friendly fire left one deputy with a foot injury. The sheriff's office launched an investigation after a deputy shot another deputy during a training exercise. Wait till you hear how this happened.
Oh, no.
So the sheriff's office said the deputies were training with blank rounds during a controlled exercise. After the training exercise, deputies were securing equipment when one of the deputies fired a blank round from a simulation gun at another in an act of horseplay. The second deputy responded by firing back, forgetting he had already switched back to his duty weapon and shot the other guy in the foot.
Come on. You never do stuff like that. You never.
The injured deputy was taken to a hospital where they were treated and released. Both of the deputies have been disciplined for careless use of a firearm and improper handling of a firearm. They were given a 10-day suspension and will undergo remedial training. A supervisor who failed to monitor the handling of the firearms has also been punished, receiving a 3-day suspension and remedial training as well. Let's see. A van fire and explosion in Santa Rosa on Tuesday shut down a highway on-ramp and led to the discovery of large amounts of marijuana that was soaked in butane.
What?
Police and fire crews were called. They arrived on scene where a white van had flames shooting out of the vehicle. Crews put out the fire, treated the driver of the van for burns. The driver
I'm so hungry.
Taken to the hospital for further treatment. On social media, the fire department posted photos of the scene, including pictures of garbage bags that had been full of marijuana, and they had to close the ramp for several hours. They didn't explain why it was soaked
in butane.
But for whatever reason it was. A tourist suffocated after a heavy bench that he was sitting on toppled backwards and pinned him against a wall.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
American Patrick McGuire had been on holiday in the Highlands with his wife Anna and 2 friends. The group from Wisconsin were staying at the Glengarry Castle Hotel. Owners Robert and Donald McCallum and late partner 80-year-old Jeanette McCallum were prosecuted after a police investigation into the tragedy. The court said they admitted a breach of the Health and Safety Act after having previously recognized the risk of benches sinking into the grass and becoming unstable. A charge against Mr. Callum said that they failed to have place in suitable inspections and maintenance. McGuire had sat back on the bench, which tipped backward, caused him to strike his head on the wall, knocking him unconscious. And this trapped him between the 165-pound bench and the wall, causing positional asphyxiation.
Yeah,
as his death.
It bent him so he couldn't breathe.
Yep, and he was passed out. So
that's right. He didn't know.
Yeah, the hotel was fined about $20,000 after the penalty was discounted as the partners accepted full responsibility at the earliest stage. But yeah, that's horrible that this guy died with
sitting down.
Yeah. And then finally, we will end with this story. If you like wildlife and you don't mind dealing with problem animals, then you could work as a bear hugger. The New Mexico Department of Fish and Game and hiring they're hiring a so-called bear hugger.
Yeah.
That has the courage to crawl into a bear den.
Yeah, that's a good job.
The department posted a job opening for conservation officers on Facebook saying that viable applicants must have ability to hike in strenuous conditions, crawl into bear dens, and trust their coworkers will keep them safe. They acknowledge that not all law enforcement field work is this glamorous, but that this is an experience of a lifetime.
Also looking for moose hand job givers.
A conservation officer patrols the state to enforce game and fish laws, but in addition to law enforcement, they also conduct wildlife surveys. And another part of the job is capturing what the department calls problem animals. Applicants are required to have a Bachelor of Science degree in biological sciences, police sciences, or law enforcement, natural resources, conservation, and others.
Those are accomplished bears.
Not the bears, the applicants. While the department advertised the job as a bear hugger who may have to crawl into dens, they said that this is just one example of what conservation officers have done in the past.
Hi, what's your name?
The department shared
Are you here to hug me?
images of conservation officers holding bears, saying this was part of research project in northern New Mexico, and all bears were handled safely under supervision.
My mother loved me.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. Hold and hug the bears and make them feel better.
I think that sounds incredibly dangerous.
It does.
Yeah, they already posted for the job for 2024, too.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. You guys ready for this?
Yes.
We have
yes
one.
or no.
No, different game. We have one final trip to give away. We were looking for the 16th caller to answer the question, who's wearing a hoodie in our only black and white photo in the Photo Hunt Challenge photo gallery for our trip to Universal Orlando Resorts. And we are going to go to Carol for the results. So let's get her on the line. Hi, Carol. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
I'm so excited, yes.
You said you must know the answer then, right?
I'm hoping.
All right. Carol, do me a favor and tell me who is wearing a hoodie in our only black and white photo.
Casey.
She's going to Orlando! Carol, you have just won a trip for two to Universal Orlando Resorts with the flights provided by Spirit. What do you think about that?
I'm so excited. I can't believe it. I finally got through.
Oh, congratulations. We are so excited for you as well. Carol, and we want to make sure that you tell us about the trip when you get back, okay?
I absolutely will.
Oh, that's awesome. Hang on the line. Carol's going.
That's awesome.
To Universal. It's
5
amazing.
trips given away. How awesome was that?
Yeah, we want to thank our friends at Universal for setting us up with this promotion and giving us all these wonderful trips to give away, giving us an experience of a lifetime as well while we were there, and a nice home to broadcast from while we were there. We look forward to doing it again another time down the road, and reminding you from sending you on a high-speed coaster to putting a towering volcano right outside your hotel room. Nobody tests the limits of absolute awesome like Universal Orlando Resort.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but we've delayed posting our photos from this most recent trip rather than confuse things up. So now you're going to see pictures posted from our trip just now.
Yes.
And there's a lot of them, a lot of video, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we'll probably get that on next week, but on our socials, you can see all kinds of good stuff, but we will post some things on PrestonandSteve.com and WMMR.com. And you never know, we might use those photos down the road for another contest like this. We'll have to find out about that. But
love it.
It was such a great time.
It
All right.
was.
Congratulations, everyone. And maybe we'll get you a trip next time if you didn't get one this time around. We're going to take a break, come back. Lesson question, trash, and music news are on the way.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So Like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, "I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman," or because essentially in this what they call sports entertainment, you know, it's there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still, just somehow we think. But that has to look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, well, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. Yeah. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things.
Yeah.
But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character. Like, he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about. And you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half,
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
and when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff because, you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things.
Yeah.
Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on because we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
There's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And
Well,
Ric's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, need a Preston.
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right
Probably.
I got to imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube, and I pulled up a video of, Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid, and I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally, I was scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was legit. Wow. I was because I saw him whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating. He's beating that guy with a whip. That's right. What if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. That's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Have you ever heard fans? They do the woo.
So of course, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants. Have you heard those?
Yes.
Yeah. Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. That kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's how it works, man. He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
No way. Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo!
That's your thing. He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see him get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah,
we had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave them props.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Sorry about the dramatic pause there. Sorry. I know it got you all worked up. Shine Down, 93.3 WMMR. Dead don't die.
They don't die, the dead.
No, don't dare.
Don't dare demand the dead die.
No.
Oh.
Damn it.
Won't happen, damn it. It's 20 minutes after 10 on a Friday morning. No sad, bro. The Preston and Steve show.
I feel that no sad bro vibe.
I very much have the no sad, bro vibe.
So I'm very tired. I think we all are because it was kind of a weird week, and an extended weekend. But there are two things. I'm not going to demand that the dead don't die, and there's no sad bro.
Yeah, the no sad broness is keeping me alive today, so I won't die.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. So today's lesson question, we are going to give away 4-pack of tickets and pit party passes for Monster Jam, which is going to be Saturday, April 15th, Lincoln Financial Field. The question we'll go with today is, who is Nicholas Braun's fictional brother? And that was about 10 minutes after 7 o'clock this morning. This was uttered. Who is Nicholas Braun's fictional brother? 215-263 WMMR. I hope you know the answer. Give us a call. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social, and you can catch all the madness at Sports and Social on the 52-foot big screen at Live. I almost said 52 Bigfoot screen.
Oh my God! Those are 52 Sasquatches watching the whole thing.
No, Sports and Social has the 52-foot
Can I get a beer and some wings?
big screen at Live Casino Philly, featuring Bud Light packages, giveaways, games, and more for an unmatched basketball viewing experience. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, according to Page Six, someone defecated in the theater near Hillary and Chelsea Clinton's seats as they attended a performance of Some Like It Hot on Broadway. Police believe the culprit was more than likely in the wrong theater and had really wanted to see Some Like It Warm and Mushy. Poop. Can you believe someone took a dump in an aisle?
That's crazy.
Gisele Bündchen revealing she didn't always have a great relationship with Tom Brady's ex, Bridget Moynihan. Bündchen admits that for the longest time she was jealous of Moynihan's profound friendship with the Preston and Steve show.
Yes.
And she is. She does. She'll retweet things that we put out there. And finally, Gene Simmons has finally sold his massive Las Vegas home for $11 million. Two of the home's major selling points are an indoor-outdoor pool and a chicken coop with a two-way mirror.
Ooh.
That's how you get.
All right, we're going to see if you do indeed know the answer to this. Who is Nicholas Braun's fictional brother? 215-263 WMMR. First caller in is Chris, so we're going to go to Chris. Good morning. Hey, Chris, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Chris.
Big Nose Braun.
Yeah, we're not going to, Big Nose Braun, he's right, yes. All right, hang on, Chris. There was a big delay there. He couldn't get back to us.
It's Big Nose Braun.
It was Big Nose Braun. All right, so Chris got it right, and that means... Wait, do we have actual winning music?
Yeah.
All right, so there we go. Chris got it right. We are going to give him a 4-pack of tickets and pit party passes for Monster Jam, Saturday, April 15th, Lincoln Financial Field. Experience full throttle family fun at Monster Jam, where world-class athletes in their 12,000-pound monster trucks tear up the dirt in the wide-open competitions of speed and skill. And tickets and information available at monsterjam.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Sorry. Brought to you by 5-Hour Energy. Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffeeed out and your stomach will thank you. Discover 5-Hour Energy and learn more at 5hourenergy.com. In an interview with Conan O'Brien, Chris Martin of Coldplay credited Bruce Springsteen for his eating habits. He says he skips the before-show meal because that's what the boss does. And Martin explained that when Coldplay was in Philadelphia, he had lunch with Bruce and his wife and bandmate Patty Scialfa and realized that Bruce, who's way older than him, was in better shape than he was. And as they started talking about it, he found out that Bruce only eats one meal a day.
Oh, like Jackie Bam Bam.
I think that maybe it's on show days or something like that, but he eats one meal a day.
So I would never, when I was performing and doing stand-up, I would never eat before the show. Preston, when you were playing in the band, would you have a big meal? Would you eat before the show or would you eat after?
Well, I would eat before because, number one, we played really, really late.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
And number two, we drank a lot while we were playing. So I would like to get a nice base. So, I would like to fill up before.
So right now, essentially, I eat one meal a day. So
Really?
I have a little bit, I'll have like a protein thing in the mid-afternoon, but dinner is my meal. Because I was kind of by default doing intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
And I just kind of stick with it now.
Yeah, I eat one meal like 3 or 4 times a day.
Okay, 3 or 4 times a day. Very good.
Yeah, but only one meal.
Only one meal
at a time. He's never eating 2 meals at a time.
No.
Meals, Martin, sorry, says he now.
They call them meals in the band.
Hey, Meals! Meals Martin!
Chris Martin, but you probably know me as Meals Martin. I'd like to bring on this big-nosed gentleman here.
Big Nose Brawl.
What's his name?
Big Nose Brawl.
Martin says he now skips what would be dinner and doesn't eat after 4 p.m. So that's his rule now. Got it from the boss.
Come on.
I'm trying.
Lick your fingers, bro.
By the way, listen, I told Casey this the other day, okay, and this might be worth a discussion, but if you ever have a problem like having to repeat the same thing over and over, like let's say you dropped a pen or whatever, and you
Yes.
reach down and you pick it up and you missed on the first attempt, the second attempt. At what attempt is it too many and you have now crossed into fury?
I think 4 or 5.
For me, it's 4.
Yeah.
And
that's
so
about
just
right.
now I tried to separate these papers like 3 times in a row.
Do
It
you
just
curse
wouldn't
at
work.
it? Do you curse yourself?
I curse at it.
Yeah, me too.
At it
Yeah.
without question.
It's not
Every
your fault.
time I call it a C, I call it a mother effer, I call it whatever it is. But it's been happening a lot lately. And I'm trying to keep my cool.
My latest thing, it gets so infuriating that I will go, that's my like, God damn you!
No, I usually say, come on, you know, I yell at it,
You
and then I
son of a
and then
bitch!
I call it names. But that's been happening a lot lately. Okay, moving on.
Okay.
Members of Primus and Tool are set to perform at an intimate Los Angeles benefit concert at the Belasco
They're a supergroup called Pool.
in Los Angeles in support of their close friend Jimmy Hayward, who is currently undergoing cancer treatment.
That's right.
The event will raise funds for Hayward and his family. So I don't have any
Tool
details.
alone could drive a big charity.
Yep. I don't have any details on when or how much or how you get tickets as of yet, but you can do a search and I'm certain to find out about it.
Yeah, Steve, I guess Pool would be better than Tumas.
Yeah. But that does relate to cancer, though. Yeah.
Reports say that Henry Rollins has put his life savings into a project which he hopes to launch next year in Nashville.
It's aerosolized gum.
Oh, no. Aerosolized? You just spray it in your mouth?
Spray gum.
Can of gum?
But you know what? I did actually hear that they're making powdered beer. This is not a dad joke.
No, I've heard this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard that, Press?
He says it's not a dad joke.
Are you sure?
I promise you it's not a dad joke.
I have every
You know what? Do you want me
confidence.
to do a dad joke? Just to get it
No,
out of
but
the way?
I was going to say, no, I haven't heard of that yet. Okay.
There's no alcohol in it yet. They're working on that, but yeah, it's in Germany.
Okay.
This is not a dad joke.
All right.
There's no country
do you
called
have,
Germany.
Do you have a dad joke?
Well, yeah. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
To get to the loser's house. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The chicken.
Oh, see what happened? It was a 2-layered joke that ends up with you being a loser.
What a loser he is.
Kathy answered the door.
It's like douchebag says what?
What?
There you go.
Oh, look at that. There's a post on WMMR.com about powdered beer.
About powdered beer now exists. Okay.
Our website is now the new Google. It's replaced. If all information is siphoned through WMMR.com. It's the new Kakamikar.
You can say what you want about it, but it is the new Karma
Yeah.
Car.
Tell me I'm wrong that it's not the new Kakamikar.
Like, are we on the air?
We are.
All right.
In fact, I'm going to go back to the Henry Rollins story.
Oh, all right.
He has
Okay.
put his life savings into a project which he hopes to launch next year in Nashville. He told The Guardian
Spray on gum, right?
about the project. He said, it's something I've been working on for a couple of years with my manager, Heidi May, and I've put my life savings into it. And all I can say is that we're looking at launching 14 months from now in Nashville, and it will make people smile until their faces hurt. I have no idea what this would be.
I hear it looks like a mounted bass.
Okay. Oh, that sings. I've heard of that. Okay. No, but it'll. I assume it's an establishment of some type in Nashville. So don't
Is
really
it like
know.
Dolly World? Is it like Rollins World?
Rollins World. Can you imagine what the rides would be like on that? They just beat you with baseball bats. He's such a badass.
You stand in line for 2 hours and he just talks at you the whole time.
Yeah. All right. And then finally, pinball designer Jack Danger revealed that Foo Fighters couldn't be more pumped about the band's first machines via Stern Pinball. Danger spoke to Billboard and shed light on how his love for the Foos and pinball coincided. Sorry. I was reading coincided. That's not even a word. Explaining that the band's music followed him around for his whole life. He said, there's me working the subway, making sandwiches while listening to Foo Fighters. And whenever a music game comes out, it really speaks to fans of their music. A Stern rep was quoted as saying the limited edition version of the game, about 1,000 units, will be 12,900. Essentially, it's $13,000.
Wow. We're seeing a video of it. I love a classics-looking pinball machine.
Yep.
It's just so much fun. And I do like the video, the console game versions of it, but an actual physical pinball machine, it's a show.
So the limited version is already sold out, but the premium machine at $9,700 and pro editions selling for about $7,000 are still available. The machines feature such iconic Foo favorites as All My Life, Best of You, Breakout, Everlong, I'll Stick Around, Learn to Fly, Monkey Wrench, My Hero, and This Is a Call, among others.
You know, Connor would love this,
Oh, yeah. He's a Foo fanatic for sure.
Foo fanatic.
So I don't know exactly when that's coming out, but yeah, should be a pretty cool little tribute to the band. Awesome. And they're selling out.
Speaking of the Foos, did you guys hear the rumor that Matt Cameron might be the touring drummer this year?
No.
Yeah.
That would be wild.
Makes total sense.
It's got some legs. Pearl Jam's not on the road this year. Soundgarden is no more, and he knows the band really well. So I saw this one on Pearl Jam Online, which is a fan-run site, but it's there are some... there seems to be some truth to that rumor.
He's a perfect fit.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
Absolutely perfect.
Well,
that guy's fantastic.
And it keeps it in the sort of family in a bizarre way.
Exactly.
Like it's of the same.
And he and Taylor were great friends. He really mourned when Taylor passed away. So I think it'd be interesting, but I could totally see it happening.
Man, he has become the go-to guy.
Really has.
To play for anybody.
When he joined Pearl Jam, he had to learn like 110 songs in 2 weeks or whatever to go out on tour with them because I think Jack Irons had decided to leave the band. Anyway, he's such a talented drummer. I'd love to talk to Matt Cameron sometime.
Yeah. We met him backstage one time.
We did, yeah.
Like literally on the stage. He was just kind of walking around and we ran into him. We're like, hey, Matt, how you doing?
That was the Soundgarden at MM Barbecue, right?
Yeah. All right. That's our last item in music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the show, and give away our Word of the Week prize. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly. That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together, and
he didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no
the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but in the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe I don't know, 100 to try to go on to really like maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when they came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor like the athleticism and the history of like smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw
to the pay-per-view show, and
Wow.
then drive to Raw the overnight and do the Cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the Cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool, like, where technology meets wrestling and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you, so we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
tendrils.
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, like per week.
And they're in all like.
Let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have WWE's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think that's
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a machine. That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
That's a ton of stuff.
Plus NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening and 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every like.
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board that drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but all right.
Oh, you know what? Here we go.
Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie. That's probably something you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill.
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So,
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother.
We can start a
I added a little Hulk in there, but
this bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey divot?
Where's the honey divot?
All right, so I'm gonna.
He has to have the first taste.
A little corner, you can grab some cheese or meat, and this is honey that you can dip it in.
Is that the honey divot?
I think Casey said he wanted to feed me.
I did.
All right. Well, maybe that happens.
Not the first bite, though.
No, he has to. A man has to share alone time with his
I don't
bread
want to.
charcuterie.
All right, so what do you recommend?
I would go with the piece of bread, a piece of brie, just to start with, and dip it in the honey. So
You grilled this.
Yeah, grilled it.
That's amazing.
So grab a little piece of brie there. You can tear off some of that if you want
Get
to.
in there.
And then
You said some honey?
Yeah, dip it in a little bit of honey there.
Okay.
Okay, while he's doing this, it's bothering me. You know when someone reminds you of somebody but you can't figure out who it is? It's another athlete.
Dornbos!
Okay, is that it?
He reminds you of Dornbos?
Yes, it's the way he speaks.
Okay, he's got a bite. Is it a little crunchy? Or yeah, because you got a corner piece. So.
You picked the crunchiest part.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, that's good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hey!
So we have breakfast of champions right now.
Now Casey's going to, I think he's going to feed Drew a piece of it. Yeah, because they went on social media about this.
Okay.
Casey had said he would like to feed him a piece.
Maybe a little less crunchy.
Something that won't blow his teeth out of his skull.
The corner's very crunchy. I apologize.
No, it's good, man.
I went a little long.
Good.
You know, Casey gave an enema to Ric Flair once. So this is
That's where the woo came from.
That's where the woo came from.
All right. So you want some meat?
Yeah, give me some savory.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
That the
from
woo came
enema
from that.
for Casey.
Yeah, a little prosciutto.
Yeah.
I would recommend this cheese right there.
right
That's
there.
called Prima Donna. It is a Gouda. It is fantastic.
Okay,
Very
prima
good.
donna.
And you can either go with the honey or not. It's up to you. So
Good.
All right, Case, make this matter.
that's a big piece.
He's
he's a big man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
All right,
There you
here we go.
buddy.
All right, he is
No,
now-
Case, do the plane.
Yeah.
Do the plane.
Yeah, can I get an airplane?
Who's a big boy?
From the top row! From the top turnbuckle!
Hey!
From the top turnbuckle all the way into Drew's
That's a
mouth.
first.
So yeah.
So this thing is so it looks so good. I got to try some.
When we get into the break, you guys can have at it. I made it for here. We can. The staff can help themselves.
Drew, how's your barbecuing and cooking?
Give him a minute.
Is this something you think you could tackle?
We need some water.
Yeah.
buddy.
No, that's good. So yeah, grilling. I know nothing about it.
Okay.
But so I just bought my first house. And, thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah. Where's home for you, by the way? Now.
So right now I'm in Orlando, but I
Okay.
come up to Philly as much as I can.
On the auto train.
Yeah, I just take the auto train up there on the gyrocopter.
Right. The Vince McMahon gyrocopter.
the Gulak copter.
Yeah.
So yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, so you just got a house. That's cool.
Yeah, we just got a house down there.
And are you married?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, my wife Liz.
Any
Yeah.
kids or
No kids.
All right.
Did you ever see an alligator in the wild?
Casey is obsessed with actually seeing an alligator, not at Gatorland.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, dude,
out and about.
So the only thing we wanted to do since moving down there is like, where are the alligators? See 'em? The only time I've seen one, we visited Kennedy Space Center, and they're just on the side of the road.
Oh.
You spend enough time, you will see your share of gators, and they also have the snakes and the.
I saw one at the airport. I mean,
Yeah.
they actually have these ponds out
Yes,
there,
yes.
and I've seen them out sunning themselves. But
My
Casey
wife
says
didn't
that
believe
doesn't
me.
count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. I want to see it. Counting Crows on 93.3 WMMR. Mr. Jones, 10:43. Preston and Steve Show. Wrapping it up here. Cloudy skies today. We've had rain off and on, and a high temperature about 54, which we had already hit. So if you're expecting things to warm up from where they are now, it's not going to happen. Actually, temperatures are going to drop through the day. Mid-40s, pretty much what we can expect for the remainder. Tomorrow, 54, rain. Yeah, kind of sucks. But then Sunday, we get a nice little break and 62 and sunshine.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. I would like to thank our guests. We had a nice conversation with Mr. Chris Therien this morning of your Flyers. And Chris is going to be at the Flyers Carnival, which is taking place Sunday, 11 a.m., Wells Fargo Center. You want to meet the team? This is how you do it. This is absolutely how you do it. Everybody's accessible. It's a really cool event. So it was good to talk to Chris. And also, we got a chance to mention the fact that it's Pearl Jam night next Tuesday at the game. We will be hosting a little get-together in one of the suites. And next week, we gave away a couple of passes this morning. We'll give away some more next week, and there's some really cool things going on in conjunction with Pearl Jam that night. It's essentially being put together by the 10 Club, celebrating the 10 sellouts that Pearl Jam has had in Philadelphia.
I love that. And the shirt's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it's the Stickman Gritman. It's a play off of the unofficial logo of Pearl Jam, the Stickman.
Jeff Ament drew that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was just sort of on a whim, and it's become this thing over the last 30 years.
And so Gritty's kind of in that position, and it's got a cool little banner on the back of it, and there's a tribute band that's playing that night, and all kinds of stuff. So we're happy to be a part of it this next Tuesday. And I believe we're going to be banging the drum.
Oh.
Is that happening?
That's happening.
All right. So that's
And
gonna...
I am going to get popcorn and probably spill it like I did the last time.
And I will have some honey mustard and pretzels.
Oh, I want to drink the honey
They
mustard.
have the best honey mustard.
And I will go into the bathroom in the suite just because you can.
Yes, you can. Make sure you show the listeners, Steve. We'll have some cool prizes to give away next week, too, on Monday and Tuesday. It's a great prize.
Yep. And we'll bring Annabelle.
Annabelle.
Yeah.
This is my daughter.
Her name
is
Annabelle.
All right. Thank you also to Alingan Mitra, who is performing at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. Tickets available at punchlinephilly.com. And I'd like to reiterate, we had a concert announcement earlier this morning. Queen and Adam Lambert, the Rhapsody Tour, Wednesday, October 18th, Wells Fargo Center. And tickets go on sale next Friday at 10 a.m. Via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. And then all next week, Pierre is going to have your chance to win tickets, which is pretty awesome.
I do?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
I related earlier to your cursing the item
that you can't pick up.
Right. Well, or any item. Like I have been. Sometimes I'll leave a thing open. What do you like? A chest open, and I'll come and knock my head against it,
Right.
and I'll go, "You mother effing!" As if it, and I really feel like I've told it off,
Yes.
or I'll smash it, and then go, "How dare you do that to me?"
We all do it. Yeah.
I got it from my mother. She used to curse things, and then so I just really related with that.
It feels better when you do it for whatever reason.
And you know also that you've really taught the item a lesson.
Damn right.
Yeah.
You put the fear of God into them.
Try it one more time.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. All right, let's see. Casey, the letter of the day intro already started and we haven't even done it
That's
yet.
great.
So I don't
I'm
know
so
why
excited
that
that I
happened.
didn't.
Daily
do my
letter is brought to you by.
No, what are you doing?
You won.
Oh my gosh! Now I got to redo two things.
I thought it was ready to go.
Hang on.
Oh, that's the Russian guy.
Wait.
We're not ready for
Oh
him
my
yet.
gosh! Hang on.
How about?
Yeah, I can do that part if you want.
Dolly.
There you go. Just making Casey do more work for Florida.
Kakalola.
Kakalola, kakalola, lola, lola, la, la, la.
Sing it, everybody.
L-O-L-A, lola, la, 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 la. Girls will be boys and boys will be girls. It's a mixed up, muddled up, shook up world, except for lola, kakalola, la, la, lola, lola.
Well, that's definitely has to get us.
Let him go.
That'll be a Christmas song in a few months.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
K as in special K.
Or Kakalola.
Or Kakalola,
All right.
depending on if you use the K version of it.
Right. And we'll take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR to see if you do indeed know the word of at least call number 8. You get to take a shot at it. What's happening today on the program?
Why, thank you for asking, Presbo.
You're welcome, buddy.
I have workforce blocks to play, and they shall contain music from Aerosmith and the Foo Fighters. Sadly, tomorrow will be the anniversary of Taylor's passing. But
Can't believe it.
I know.
Can't believe it.
So wild. And Connor and I and Sarah did go out to that tribute in L.A., and it's amazing. And I also found it fascinating. You're talking about possibly, the different replacements that could step in. And
Who knows?
Matt Cameron sounds perfect to me.
Matt would be cool.
Yeah.
I think he was at the celebration. There were so many drummers. There was like 37 drummers. I mean, you would have been in heaven.
Yeah.
I was watching video of it yesterday again. The Rush segment was amazing. Anyway, we'll have a block of Foo Fighters, a block of Aerosmith. Elton has a birthday tomorrow, and we will do a block of Sir Elton John.
Oh, that's fabulous. All right. We will try to give away this Word of the Week prize. We're going for caller number 8, and it happens to be Caitlin. Hi there, Caitlin.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Caitlin, we have a prize, but we need the word first. What is our Word of the Week?
It will be Frank.
Cacalola! Yeah, Frank. Absolutely correct. Caitlin, we are going to give you a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon gift card.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I was going to follow it up with what say you, but I didn't, and I paused. Congratulations, Caitlin. Hang on a second. We are going to set you up and check out their Heavenly Soft Pack Float Treatment luxurious Turkish bath experience, or escape with any of their massages. And you can visit them at 3 area locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City.
They're the best.
And you can purchase online at josephanthony.com. We'll take this moment to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show. Brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods and local flavors. And also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, we will have our buddy John Brazier stopping in. Our friend Brian Propp will be here. And we'll have, as a return to the studio, Felt Face will be here.
Day in my morning.
He's great.
Felt Face is great.
Yep. So we'll have those things and more. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you later. Bye-bye.